Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Laird Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from BecksHybrids.com. And here comes Showright from Showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from BHIFord.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from FFBT.com. And rounding out the racers, it's Kennedy Ventures from KennedyVenturesOK.com. On the track and in the ring, it's all about collaboration and teamwork. Join us in honoring our premier partners because together they're the driving force of the livestock industry.
It's time for Cattleman's Congress. This is a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.
We'd like to welcome you to the OG&E Coliseum for another day of cattle showing here at the Cattleman's Congress. Before we get started, if we could please have you all rise, we'd like to welcome Miss Allie Taylor of Hayden, Idaho, to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and we'd like to welcome you here to the 6th Annual Cattlemen's Congress, a show produced by Cattlemen for Cattlemen. Together, we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we are so thankful for each and every one of you here with us. In Arena 1, we will get started with your National Hereford Bull Show, and in Arena 2, we're going to welcome in the Junior Shorthorn Plus show. We'll look to see Class 1 late spring heifer calves.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here with you today at the Cattlemen's Congress, and a great way to start things off here in our Shorthorn Plus show. Just a pair of them here in this first class, but again, an excellent way to kickstart this show. We're going to go ahead and use the June heifer to go ahead and lead off. For me, structurally, I prefer her hind leg, the angle that she's got to her hock, and the way she goes to the ground. Just a really nice profiling heifer that's got a good look in terms of her lines and some style and eye appeal. Not a bad one coming out here in behind her, just needs a little more time yet. Heifer that still gives you a good look up front, just a little greener overall kind out here today, but a good way to start off the show. Congratulations to each of them.
To start out the Shorthorn Plus show, first place go to back to number 8001. That's KGL Metallica's Bell, bred known by Case Glazier of Loyal, Oklahoma. Second place in that class was exhibited by Kaylee Jones of Medford, Oklahoma. Now in the ring is Class 2 late spring heifer calves. Back over in the Hereford ring.
Good class of maize over here in the plus ring, and particularly a good pair here on top. A little different just in terms of type and kind. The one that suits me is the young lady's heifer here that I'm going to pull up front. Just from a structural standpoint, I think she rises to the top. She's most correct in the angle to her shoulder, the set to her knee. When she gets out and goes, she handles that hip and hind leg just a little more collected is the way I like to see it. Super nice profiling female in terms of just a real nice feminine look. Opens up into a good rib cage, really nice back through that rear rib and flank. You know, she's not as stout and powerful as the heifer right in behind her, just in terms of substance and maybe muscle shape, but there's enough there. Again, it's just for me, I prefer this one structure and comfort when we get her out on the go to go ahead and lead things off with. I like the heifer in two. I like her foot size. I like her stoutness. I like her bone work. She's a rib, bold center kind of a female. She's a little bolder at the point of her shoulder. She maybe doesn't handle that rear hock and hip quite as comfortably as the heifer that we use to go ahead and lead things off, but that's a nice pair there on the top end. Good calf coming out here in third, really good too at the ground. Just doesn't maybe have the wow factors, the extra punch and substance and style of the first two heifers that go out in front of her, but I do like her shoulder. I like the way she utilizes that hind leg when we get her out on the go. Nice heifer there to follow up, two good ones to lead off with. The red heifer that's going to come out here in fourth, again, got some muscle shape, got some thickness and some pin width to her. I just like to change this one structurally, specifically there from behind, the way she handles that rear leg when she goes to the surface. But a really nice class of Mayborn Shorthorn Plus females. Congratulations to them. Plus ring, we get ready to this. We get ready to select this first division. Not a lot of cattle here in these summer born. One, I guess, at the end of the day, for me, it comes down to the heifer there out of that last class is one that hits me really hard. I like the heifer that stood second to her as well. Just in terms of that stoutness and that foot size and that bone work, I want to keep those two together. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over in the Shorthorn Plus ring. Results out of your late spring heifer calf division. Champion will go to back number 8040. That was CFPC Crystal Swan 598, exhibited by Audrey Robertson of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Reserve champion in that division goes to Lane Swindle with SFF Caroline 543 LU. We're now going to welcome in Class 5 to the Shorthorn ring. Over in the Horned Hereford ring, results out of Class 2 for Well, congratulations in your first division here in the Horned Hereford Bull Show champion, Spring Bull Calf, exhibited by Wheel Cattle Company of Irene, Texas, with WCC 222 Festus 2501. Reserve in that division will come out of the same class, exhibited by Hurricane Hefty Ranch, Stratford, Oklahoma, with HHR HCC 264 Gunpoint N07. We're now going to welcome in our first class of polled bulls. This will be Class 3 polled spring bull calves born June of 2025. Ring, your bred and owned late spring heifer calf champion, going to back number 8001, exhibited by Case Glazier of Loyal, Oklahoma. Reserve champion was exhibited by Carter Younghans of Medford, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in Class 5 early spring heifer calves.
competitive class of these April Shorthorn Plus females, and a good one here to go ahead and lead things off with. I like the young lady's solid black heifer. Again, I think in this particular drive, she's the one that just hits me as the most maternal. As you study her through the center part of her body, she's the most opened up, she's the deepest, she's the softest in her rib cage, she's got the most rear flank and just rear dimension in her. You get her out on the go, she's certainly comfortable enough out here. Still couples that with a really impressive look there at the profile. And as you step in behind the cattle, she's surprisingly still got some shape, some base width, some muscle thickness and power to go along with that real good profile and look. Nice one to go ahead and lead off. I don't mind the red and white one coming out here in second. She's a female that's big top. She's stout hipped. I love her out of her hip and hind leg as she gets out on the go. Again, just needs to be a little bit softer in relation to that one that we go ahead and lead off the class with. But that heifer gives you an awesome look as well. She's high tying. She's good in her chest floor. And again, her structure is what keeps her here at the top end of this class. The young man's black heifer that's going to go third, I like the future in this one. I think her better days are ahead of her. She too gives you an awesome look. She's good in the angle to her knee. She's got some profile, some presence to her out here in the ring. Again, she just needs to be a little softer out here today. Maybe tweak her off of that hip and hind leg ever so slightly. But again, that one's got a nice look and nice presence out here in the ring. Certainly a high caliber heifer in her own right. And then a red heifer that we're going to conclude the class with. She's no slouch. Again, she's nice looking. She's good in her chest floor. She just gets a little bolder about her shoulder, a little more uncoordinated out of that hip and hind leg compared to those females that go out ahead of her. But again, a high quality class from end to end. Congratulations to all of them.
Ring, Class 5, first place exhibited by back number 8010. That was CFNB Demi 595 Primo XET, exhibited by Lillian Whiting of New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Second place, and congratulations. We'll go to Bradley Fuss. Third place was exhibited by Morgan Brooks, and fourth place went to Addison Dick. Now in the ring is Class 8 early spring heifer calves. Back over to the Hereford ring. Results out of our Coliseum. We'd like to welcome you to the 6th Annual Cattlemen's Congress, a show put on by cattlemen for cattlemen. Currently in Arena 1, we have Class 5 Polled Spring Bull Calves, and in Arena 2, your Junior Shorthorn Plus show, Class 6 Early Spring Heifer Calves.
Another really good class of these April-born Shorthorn Plus females here, and an outstanding pair here on top. I think there's some minute differences between the two. The one that I like best, I think, comes with just a little more punch out here today. You get in behind the cattle, she's a little bigger top, she's a little stouter hip. She goes away from me with a little more width of base and just natural thickness from end to end. I think they're almost carbon copies of one another when you view them here from the profile in terms of look and body and some substance. Again, I think the young lady's heifer here up front, just a little stouter featured kind of a female here at the end of the day that couples a lot of good things together to go along with that. Again, I like the heifer in 2. She's a lot like her in terms of her look, maybe even just a nickel more extended up front than even our class winner. From their back, she gets just a nickel narrower as she goes away from you, and not quite as wide set in her pin width as the female that wins the class. I don't mind the heifer here in 3 as well. She's probably a longer spined, longer ribbed kind of a female than the heifers that go out right ahead of her. She gets a little thicker necked, a little deeper chested than either one of those two, maybe not quite as soft just in her rib design, but still a good structured female that I love her length of body. She too has enough natural thickness and width to go along with it. That's a competitive heifer there to follow up 2 really good ones there on the top end. The young man's heifer coming out here in 4 is one that I liked when they first came to the ring. Super cool looking, really good down through her chest, extremely elevated there at the top side of her shoulder. I think of these first 4, for me, she is the one that just gets a little flatter in her kind, maybe a little more piecey in her overall design. She comes apart just a little bit right there in behind her shoulder compared to some of those other cattle, but still a high quality female there that follows up some really good ones. The young lady's red heifer that's coming out here next in line, I love this one's hind leg. The angle that she's got to her hock, the set that she's got to her pastern is really, really good. For me, again, she just needs to be a little softer, a little bit longer hipped, a little higher set in her pins to run with some of those other ones. The roan heifer coming out here next in line is big boned and big footed as any of them, just gets a little plain, I think, compared to some of the other females. Our blue roan that's coming out here next in line, bold rib, big centered kind of a female, not enough look and presence and maybe structural integrity to run with some of those other cattle. And then our young man's black heifer we're going to conclude the class with, again, a really nice one just in terms of look out here. She's high tying about her neck, gets a little more rigid in her overall structure out here today. Really, really good class. Nice way to finish it up there with a little Mel McDaniel. My 4-year-old at home has her favorite song. So, Emery Joe, I hope you was paying attention.
Congratulations over in the Shorthorn ring. First place in Class 6 goes to back number 8,019. That was CF Mona Lisa 573 24K XET, exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio. Second place go to back number 8,020, exhibited by Caroline Hubner of Union City, Tennessee. Third place go to back number 8,017, Leighton Strait of Fairmont, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Benjamin Allen. Fifth place will go to Maddox Wiss. Sixth place was exhibited by back number 8,018. Seventh place will go to 8,016, and eighth place to 8,022. Now in the ring is Class 7 early spring heifer calves.
Another competitive class of these March-born Shorthorn Plus females over here, and an interesting pair here on top. The young man's heifer I'm going to go ahead and use to start with. Again, just really soft everywhere you see her in terms of her angles, in terms of her flexibility, big-bodied, broody in her look. A female that, again, you ask her to go, she's the best in her shoulder, she's the best in the angle to her knee. I think she sets down with the most comfort off of her rear hock. Is she the wildest looking one, the highest tying one? Probably not. You know, she's got a little more throat than the heifer that stands in right behind her, but man, she just has that easy keeping, big-bodied, broody cow look about her that I like. I'm going to go ahead and use her in this particular class. I don't mind the young man's heifer here in 2 and standing still. I really do like this one in terms of her look. She's good in her chest floor. She sets her neck high there, top side of her shoulder. She's got plenty of body and rib. In relation to the one that wins, she's a little bolder about her shoulder, but for me, it's just as she goes there from behind, she sets them down a little rigid. I'm not going to call her straight because she's not, but she just doesn't maybe want to flex that rear hock quite as soft and comfortable as the heifer that's going to go out right ahead of her. Nice pair there on the top end. The young man's black heifer going to come out here in 3, a long-bodied, extended one in this bottom pair. It's her structure that keeps her in that 3rd hole. She's just a little more comfortable off of either end of that skeleton as she go. She doesn't have the power, the punch, the presence of the first 2 as they go out of the ring, but a nice heifer to follow up 2 good ones at the top end. And then our black and white one that's going to round out the class has some muscle shape, has some shape and some boldness to her rib. Again, just a little coarse, a little plain for me out here today, but a good class. Congratulations to all of them.
Well, congratulations back over in the Hereford ring. Results. Class 7, first place exhibited by Callaway Connie of Scott City, Kansas. Second place went to Wyatt Dreyer of Normal, Illinois. Third place was exhibited by Lane Shoulderman of Ozark, Arkansas. And fourth place went to Kason Junghans of Medford, Oklahoma.
Over in our Shorthorn Plus ring, another really good class of these March-born females. I believe the last one before we get into our division here, and this class is probably as deep as any that we've had all day. You know, there's not a true throwaway or a true bottom end kind of a heifer in here. They've all got some quality to them, and the more that I evaluate them, the young man's heifer here in the cowboy hat that I'm going to go ahead and lead off with is one that I really like. Her length of body is second to none. Her rib cage, her design in her rib in terms of the shape that she's got from the center part of her rib cage back to her rear rib and flank is really, really good. You know, she's just not a deep-sided heifer. You get in behind them, she's got some spring, she's got some shape to that rib cage. She ties it into a really, really impressive look. Then you ask them to go, and I think for me, that's her best view is when we get her in motion. She's really fluid and comfortable off of either end of that skeleton. Everything comes together and just floats and flows as we ask her to go out here. That one's really, really nice in a highly competitive class. I don't mind the heifer here in second. I love her foot size. I love her bone work. She, too, is a dense-made, stout-constructed kind of a female. I love her center body and rib design as well. You know, she's just maybe not as pulled apart as the heifer that we have that goes out right ahead of her. She's a little shorter hip. She's a little shorter bodied, not quite as attractive and up-headed as the female right ahead of her. The heifer here in third is one, again, that's intriguing as well. At the stand, I like her presence. She's got a nice head. She's got a nice neck set. She's good through her chest floor. She, too, has got some shape and some dimension to her when you get in behind her. She, at times, maybe wants to get outside herself just a little bit as she goes. She gives up a little more foot size and bone work to either one of those first two heifers that stand right ahead of her. The young lady's heifer here in fourth is as neat and attractive as any of them. She's probably the longest and sleekest about her neck. For me, though, she just comes in a few more pieces. She wants to get a little off right in behind her shoulder. She's a little more straight and upright in the angle of that shoulder as well. And then as you step in behind the cattle, of these first four, I think for me, she's the one that just narrows up and flattens up a little bit as she goes away from you. The red and white one coming out here next in line is one that's intriguing in her own right. She's got as much foot and bone and power and substance as any of them. I think in this class, she's just a nickel out of place. She just gets a little rounder in her kind compared to the heifers that stand right ahead of her. But I love her substance. I love her bone. I love her foot size. That still is a high quality heifer that run into some steep competition. The blue roan female that's going to conclude the class, again, attractive, good looking. Again, a female for me needs to be set back in the angle to her shoulder, just needs a little more punch to compete with some of those other cattle at the top end. But a really good class. Congratulations to all of them.
Now going to welcome in Class Shorthorn Plus ring results out of Class 8 before the division. First place exhibited by back number 8,030. That was Soul Making Dream. 5294 NET exhibited by Braden Goodbread of Lee, Illinois. Second place in that class will go to Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana. Third place was exhibited by Caden Sparks of Shirley, Indiana. Fourth place will go to Brayley Krasinger of Hogoton, Kansas. Fifth place was exhibited by Toby Behrens, and sixth place went to Justin Slade. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve early spring heifer calves.
Good song for the moment. Let's give these young folks here another nice round of applause in this division. Really good set of class winners in these respective seconds out here, and it certainly doesn't make it easy on somebody like myself as we get back out here, but I really like the type and the kind of cattle that we've got. I think as a set, we've got some good structured cattle that are maternal in their look. They've all got some presence about them out here in the ring, some style about them, and yet just really good, sound, functional kind of cattle. We'll run back through them just briefly. The young lady's heifer there out of Class 1, again, a good way to start off this division. She's attractive, she's angular, she's elegant, she's got a nice maternal look about her. Maybe not quite as much just punch and power and natural thickness and true base width in her as some of the ones that stand right in behind her, but I think she fits together really well out here in a highly competitive group. The young lady's heifer out of Class 2, that was a good class from end to end. She worked her way out just again in terms of her balance. That's a female that's angles are really good in terms of the set to her shoulder, the way it's laid onto her skeleton. I think out here in this particular drive, that's an advantage over one in particular for me that I do like. That female from her shoulders back is good. You can maybe pull her apart, stretch her out ever so slightly, but again, her balance is incredible. Everything fits together really well. There's times maybe I'd like to see her just a little more comfortable there as her pastern goes to the surface off of those rear two, but that's getting awfully nitpicky on a high quality female that's certainly in the running out here. Young man's heifer out of Class 3. Again, not maybe the bells and whistles of heifers on either side of her in terms of just how high she ties her neck and how attractive she is up front, but she's broody, she's maternal, she's sound, she's flexible, and that kind never goes out of style with me. I can appreciate that. Her angles are so good. The set to her knee, the flex that she's got to her hip and hind leg is one that I really love. Again, that's a high quality heifer as well. Young man's heifer out of class 4. Again, her length of body, her presence, her power, her substance out here, I think are probably second to none. I love this female in terms of her length of hip, in terms of her length of stride when she gets out on the go. She just has a real impressive look about her as well. She's maybe a little bolder there at the point of her shoulder than one in particular out here. But again, that's getting nitpicky on one that I think is certainly in the running. Let's give them all one more round of applause. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Well, congratulations, your division champion over here in the Shorthorn ring, coming out of Class 8. That's back number 8030, Soul Making Dream, 5294 NET, exhibited by Braden Goodbread of Lee, Illinois. And congratulations, reserve in that division, exhibited by Miss Samantha Van Voris, Bowling Green, Ohio. That's CF Mona Lisa, 573-24K XET. We'll now select your champion reserve, bred and owned.
We're getting ready to pick your champion in reserve, bred and owned in this particular division. This is kind of a spot that I hold dear to my heart. These kids didn't necessarily have to go out and write that five-figure check to get these heifers. They were able to raise them out of some stock that they had. So that's truly a monumental, especially when we've got the caliber of cattle that we've got out here. So my hat's off to you. Those of you around ringside, let's give this division a big, big hand here in this bred and owned lineup. Another deep class of these Shorthorn Plus females as we get into, I believe, the Februaries now is where we're at. A good pair here on top. Again, body type and look and presence, I think they're very similar out here. For me, I sort them at the ground, and not to take anything major away from the one in second, but the one in first is just so good in the angle to her shoulder, the set to her knee, the flexibility and the comfort that she follows that up with out of her hip and hind leg is second to none out here in this particular drive. Just a real easy place for me to go ahead and land and get this one to the top just in terms of her build out here in this drive. Again, I like the Heifer in 2, and she's not bad structured. I'm not saying that at all. This one gives you a nice look. She's got some stoutness. She's got some power. She's bold when you get in behind her in terms of how her rib comes out of the top side of her skeleton. In relation to that class winner, she's a little lower in her pin set. She maybe wants to paddle a little bit there up front as she goes, just not that shoulder's not set onto her skeleton quite as smooth and angular as the one that wins this class, but 2 really, really nice females there at the top end. The blue roan heifer that's going to come out here next in line, super smooth. You know, she has some advantages over that heifer right in 2 in terms of how her shoulder's set, in terms of the angle to her knee. She's real flexible there from behind. She just gets a little flatter muscled, a little frailer made than either one of those first 2 heifers, but that's a real well-balanced, well-designed female there to follow up 2 good ones there at the top end. The young man's black heifer with the white flank coming out here next in line, again, gives you a good look. She's elevated there at the top side of her shoulder. She just needs more body, needs to be a little softer there through the center part of her rib cage to run with those cattle there at the top end. And then our black and white female that we're going to round out the class with, again, good looking, probably is a little softer rib than the one right ahead of her. She's the one, though, structurally I'd like to just change off of either end of that skeleton to work her up a little further in this particular drive. But a good class of Shorthorn Plus February-born females. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations in Class 11 Junior Heifer Calves over here in the Shorthorn Ring. First place was exhibited by Madeline Rhodes of Centerville, Maryland, with CF Lady Crystal 521 Primo XET. Second place in that class will go to Stetson Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. Third place went to Chloe Carlisle of Amarillo, Texas. Fourth place go to Dylan Brooks. And fifth place in that class, and congratulations goes to Emily Crum.
over here in our January class of the Shorthorn Plus females, just a trio of them, but I think some cattle that offer some trade-offs. Up. For me, the young lady's black and white heifer I think best suits me out here today. She comes with just a little more foot, a little more bone than the heifer that stands right in behind her. She patterns up really nice there from the profile. As you get her out on the lead, she comes together. I think that's where she wins this class. Everything kind of flows and flexes the way that it needs to. You know, at the standstill, I'd fix her a little bit right in behind her shoulder. She's maybe a little easy in her top, but I guess I'd rather see her that way than being a little too tight in her spine. So for me, that heifer gradually just works her way up and wins this class fairly handily for me. The young lady's black heifer in 2 is one that I don't mind either. I love her length of body. She too's flexible and athletic when you ask her to go. She needs a little more rib, needs a little more muscle shape, a little more bone to maybe get over the heifer that wins the class, but still a quality heifer there to fall in the middle of the pack. And then our black and white calf that we're going to come next, a little different type and kind, a little more substance, a little more muscle shape. With that, though, she gets just a little rounder, a little shorter coupled for me compared to those other 2 heifers. Just doesn't maybe fit with those. Doesn't have that maternal look about her as the heifers in 1 and 2. But a nice trio. Congratulations to each of them.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results on a Class 12 before the division. First place will go to Evelyn Hill of Yorktown, Indiana, with LV Dream Girl 122 ET. Second place in that class exhibited by Emily Lucas of Fairgrove, Oklahoma. In third place, go to Chet Moore of Howe, Oklahoma. Again, we're going to welcome in those first and seconds for your junior heifer calf division.
Numbers in our January and February division as what we just got out of in the March and Aprils, but still a lot of quality, a lot of depth as well within these 2 classes. For me, at the end of the day, there's one in particular I think that just hits me hard in terms of her balance, in terms of her flexibility. Her angles are really. She couples that with enough power, enough stoutness, one that gives me a real good maternal look, a very respectable second to her as well. That was a close pair. I'm going to keep them together. That's the young lady and the young man out of Class 1. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn Plus ring, junior heifer calf champion, exhibited by back number 8,045. That's CF Lady Crystal 521 Primo XET, exhibited by Madeline Rhodes, Centerville, Maryland. Reserve champion in that division will come out of the same class, exhibited by Stetson Reedy. That was SFF Augusta Pride 507 FET. We'll now look to see the next division here in your Shorthorn Plus ring. This will be Class 15 Winter Heifer Calves. How about
Back over here in our Shorthorn Plus female ring, as we get into some falls, I think we got 1 December and 3 Novembers out here. A competitive class once more, and from end to end, some cattle that offer some unique pieces. You'd like to maybe just kind of jumble them all up together to get that ideal one. But the longer that we're out here, the white heifer works her way to the top pretty handily for me. I think she couples the most good together in terms of having some look, some body, some flexibility, and some athleticism out here when we get these cattle on the go. Just a female in terms of her balance, for me, is where she wins this class. The pair to sort is 2 and 3 in my mind. The young lady's heifer that's going to go 2 is just a little better out of her hip and hind leg for me. She maybe is a nickel rounder about her shoulder than ideal, but I like her muscle, I like her foot size and her bone work. And then again, in that middle pair, for me, it's just the way she kind of handles that hind leg a little more comfortably with a little more angle and set and flex to it than the red heifer. The red heifer coming out here next in line, again, bold ribs. She's got some shape out of the top side of her spine. If she goes a little bit better, I think she rivals that class winner because she's the one that comes next in line in terms of look, in terms of some presence out here in the ring. I just want to see her a little more comfortable there at the surface. Then her black and white heifer we're going to conclude the class with. Again, fresh and genuine in her composition. Appreciate all those things about her. Just needs to be a little more powered up in terms of foot, bone, and muscle to get any higher out here today. But a good class of falls. Congratulations to them.
Results out of Class 15 Winter Heifer Calves. First place exhibited by Grace Richard of Blanchard, Oklahoma, with TOCC 701, Miss P 450 AM. Second place in that class will go to back number 8050. Third place went to 8054. Fourth place exhibited by 8051. Now in the ring, this is Class 16 Senior Heifer Calves.
Plus ring an October or September and October class here in our fall lineup, and the black heifer, the young ladies, does it pretty easily for me, just in terms of her freshness, in terms of her flexibility, her structure. She's the one that just best suits me pretty handily. I don't think there's anything that can really rival her in this particular drive. Not taking anything away from the other cattle, but she's maternal, she's long, she's extended, she's stout and powerful out of her hip. Just a lot to like in her. Maybe doesn't just overwhelm you in all those particular areas, but everything fits. Her balance, again, is really, really good, and she's going to win this class pretty easily for me. From there, I think it's the middle of the class, 2, 3, and 4, that you can do a few different things with. I guess the red roan heifer that's going to come next in line is the one that best follows that class winner. She comes with maybe even a little more foot and substance there at the ground. She's a more moderately framed female that's big-bodied and bold-ribbed. She's a little low set in her pins for me, a little shorter there from hock to ground and knee to ground than maybe the one that wins, but still that's a high-caliber female there to follow up a really, really good class winner. The young man's red heifer coming, our red roan coming here in third, a lot like that female just in terms of her boldness, her broodiness, her foot size, her bone work. You know, she's not as extended and attractive through that front 1/3. She's got a little more chest there, pushing out there up front, but still that's an easy fleshing one that's good enough there at the ground. Just maybe we just want to pretty her up a little bit compared to some of those other cattle. Then our female that's going to come next in line, she is the one that's really extended up front, super fresh in her condition. She needs to be fixed right in behind her shoulder. She's maybe not quite ideal in the way her hock and hind leg go to the ground, but at the stand, this female offers me a really, really impressive look that I think has some better days on down the road. You get a heavy calf in this one. I think you'll really like her in a few more months from now. The young man's black heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, again, a female that's fresh in her composition. Appreciate that about her. She's got some rib shape. She just gets a little out-horsed in terms of bone and power and substance out here today. But a really nice class of falls. We'll get right into that division. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 16 senior heifer calves. First place exhibited by Clara Bremer of Blakesburg, Iowa. That's KABG Aben Wildberry, 434M. Second place in that class will go to Katie Lowry. Third place was exhibited by Cash Lamo. Fourth place will go to Carly Lowry. And fifth place went to Axel Byler. We're now going to welcome in your first and seconds. So we'll select a champion reserve in that division.
Back in our plus ring, I'll get ready to pick this fall division for you. We raise a lot of falls at home, a lot of fall bulls and females both, and these are the ones that come this summer can be tough to handle. You get a big calf in them, you keep them fresh. and they're a lot of fun for your junior nationals when you got a big senior yearling. And I think there's a couple of heifers in particular out here that would be nice to kind of see how they play out this summer if they do the right things and stay in the right rig. But again, my hat's off to each and every one of you. I'm not going to go through and talk them, but there is a pair of them that I think just best suit me in terms of body and structure and look and flexibility. That's going to be the pair out of that second class. I'm going to keep them together. They'll be your champion in reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of your senior heifer calf division. Champion exhibited by Clara Bremer with KABGAB and Wildberry 434M. Reserve champion will go to Katie Lowry with SN Demi's Mic Drop 4201 ET. Back over to the Hereford ring. Results.
Just a single entry here in this July class of our Plus show, and young man brings a good one, though, one that gives you a really wild look in terms of just her length and elevation through her front 1/3. Female that's really good in the angle to her shoulder and the set to her knee. I like her as well out of that hip and hind leg. You know, she's fighting the halter a little bit and maybe wanting to get up in her back just a little bit right in behind that shoulder some, but I'm going to say just being out here by herself and just needing to calm down, relax a little bit would probably fix a lot of those problems. But a female that, again, just in terms of her look and presence out here is really, really good. It would be fun to have a few more to put her up against. I guess we'll see her back in our summer division in just a few moments. Congratulations to him.
Well, congratulations. Back over the Hereford ring. Your horn. Class 19 summer yearlings, we had a single entry going to Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with ST's Something Different, 41-47 MET. Now in the ring before division is Class 20 late spring yearling females.
Back in the pluses, just a pair here in this May and June class. Sorry, Shane, I'll make it quick. I beat you just by a little bit. A good pair of them over here in this summer lineup. I'm going to go ahead and use this white heifer to win. They're just a little more tour out here today, a little bigger bodied, a little bolder sprung kind of a female. She moves good enough for me out here today in this particular drive. Again, just a little more length, a little more cow power and punch in her to go ahead and lead off with. Don't mind the roan heifer here in two. I like her foot size. She probably is a little stouter constructed right there at the ground, maybe even a little more true muscle shape, but she gets a little shorter coupled, a little smaller statured kind of a female in relation to the one that wins, but a good pair here in that May and June lineup. Congratulations to them. The numbers in this summer lineup, summer division that I've got here in the plus show, but again, some still really stout quality, really quality cattle. The young man's black heifer, just a single entry there out of that July class. You know, I briefly talked about her there earlier. Just really unique in terms of her look out here. So high in the way her neck sets there at the top side of her shoulder. Really impressive in terms of her length and extension through that front 1/3. But yet, you know, she still stays really good in her angle to her shoulder, the set to her knee. She's a female that follows it up really athletically there from behind, the way she handles that hip and hind leg. Maybe not quite as soft in her rear flank as the heifer right in behind her, but I read this one to be a little more genuine in terms of her composition. Just a female that's really unique in her look out here today. White heifer out of class 2. Again, we talked about her. Just a big-bodied, broody one. Gives you a decent enough look there from the side. She gets a little straighter through her shoulder and knee than the heifer right in front of her. Compositionally, maybe does have a little bit more on her. Gets a little frailer there at the ground. But her body type is good. I like her length of hip. I like her depth of body. Those are two high-quality heifers. For me today, I prefer the black one to go ahead and win. We're going to follow her up with the white heifer. She'll be reserved. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn Plus ring. Results out of your intermediate division. Champion will go to Braylon Schaefer with ST Something Different, 41-47 ET. Reserve in that division. Coming out of Class 20, exhibited by Brooklyn Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma with FFF Wildcat, 41-62. We're now going to welcome in Class 23 early spring yearling females. This will also be the division here in the Shorthorn Plus ring. Back to the Hereford ring. Results talking to you, the ones with the aerosol in your hand, we're going to ask that you not use those. Again, we ask that you not utilize aerosol cans here in the OG&E Coliseum. We appreciate your support on that.
Back in our plus ring, class of March and April females here, and an easy one to go ahead and find to win for me. She's the stout power cow of the bunch. From her shoulders back, she just opens up into the most volume. She's the most maternal through her center body and rib. She's the best out of her hip, and the way she goes to the surface, I think is second to none as well. Really impressive in terms of just foot size and circumference. You know, she's not the wildest looking one that we've seen all day, but for me, she's good enough. She's just got a real cow look about her. Go ahead and use her to win pretty easily for me. From there is where the sort kind of starts, I think, and you can do a few different things. This one in second's not big enough. I'll be the first to admit that, but she's the next best built one. In terms of her angles, in terms of her flexibility, she's really good. I like her in her shoulder. I love her knee. I love the angle that she's got to her hock and hind leg. She still gives you a nice look in terms of balance and presence and show ring appeal, if you want to say that out here today. Needs to be a little more of her. Cattle on either side of her just kind of swallow her up, but her kind is still really good, and I can appreciate the structural integrity there to keep her at the top end of the class. Young Ladies Heifer coming out in 3 rivals that class winner in terms of foot size, terms of bone work, terms of muscle shape and substance. She comes with a little coarser package than some of the other cattle, a little rounder about her shoulder, a little crestier about her neck, not quite as feminine and attractive about that head as some other females, but I do like her muscle shape. I like her power there to keep her right in the middle. The Young Ladies Heifer coming next in line from the profiles, one that I like. She's got some body. She's got some ribs. She's good in her top line. She's long and level out of her hip. She gets a little plain up front, a little more chest there as well. It's for me, though, when I get in behind them, I think of these first few, she's the one that probably is the most lack in terms of just muscle and shape. She really wants to kind of flatten up through that quarter and through that stifle, narrow up as she goes away from you there as well. The red heifer we're going to conclude the class with. Again, I like her eye appeal. I like her look. A female that's got more muscle than the heifer right in front of her. Structurally, though, she needs to be changed a little bit off of both ends, soften her up in that rear rib and flank to get her a little more competitive. But a good class, really nice one to go ahead and lead off with.
Out of your early spring division, champion exhibited by Mallory Inskeep of Lafayette, Indiana, with CF Max Rosa 450 Primo XET reserve champion exhibited by Allie Harrison of Westville, Oklahoma, with BR Black Ruthie 412 MET. Now in the ring is class 26. These are junior yearling females.
Back in our plus ring in our January and February class here. A nice pair on top. Within that pair, the young lady's white flanked heifer does it pretty well for me. Again, her balance, I think, is second to none. Everything fits. She's got enough bone. She's got enough substance there at the ground. So good in terms of her composition. Really fresh at this stage of the game. I appreciate that. She kind of looks like one that I'd like to be dragging around just from that standpoint. We kind of maybe at home keep our bigs a little leaner than maybe some folks, but I think at this stage of the game it pays off. She's starting to drop just a little bit of udder there underneath. This one, compared to the heifer right in behind her, a little bolder, more pulled apart. When you get in behind the cattle, she's got more width to her top. She's better in behind her shoulder. Just a female that comes with just a little more punch, I think, than the one that goes in right behind her. Nice place. Go ahead and lead off. Again, I like the build of the young lady's heifer in two. She's no slouch in regards to her structure. Her angles are really, really good. I love her shoulder. I love her knee. She follows it up really comfortable and athletically there from behind as she goes. She just gets a little frailer, a little flatter than our class winner. Maybe not quite as far along in terms of gestation as the one that wins, but still a heifer compositionally, structurally rivals that one that we go ahead and lead off with. From there, again, there's some sort in the cattle. I don't mind this young lady's heifer here in three. Again, I think from a structural standpoint, she has some advantages over the remaining cattle. Her hip and hind leg are a little better than the ones that stand right below her. There's not as much of her. She probably needs just a little more substance and power to get any higher out here today. But again, she's one of those in terms of her balance, in terms of her build, I can appreciate. The red and white heifer that's going to come out next, a little stouter, a little more substance, a little more foot and bone and muscle shape. Just doesn't put it in quite as comfortable a package as we ask him to go. A little shorter strided, a little more rigid there off of either end of that skeleton. Young man's black heifer that's going to come next in line. Again, a female that I like her length of body. I think she's got a nice level hip in her. Again, just needs more rib needs more power and substance to get any higher today, but still, she's good enough in terms of her structure to stay over the one here in the bottom. The young lady's a red roan female, is a little bigger ribbed, a little more higher volume kind of a female, just gets a little too tight, restricted on both ends of that skeleton for me. Nice class, congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations back in the Hereford ring. Ring results of the Class 26 and also the division. Your junior champion female exhibited by Samantha Van Voris of Bowling Green, Ohio with CF Cherry 444 Primo XET. Reserve champion was exhibited by Stetson Reedy of Bethany, Illinois. We're now going to welcome in Class 29. This will also be your final class and division in the Shorthorn Plus show.
Nice way to wrap up our final class of the Plus show here. Just a single entry, but a nice low input, easy fleshing kind of a female here that's doing a good job with this heifer calf at side. Again, she'll be our division champion here in our cow-calf lineup. If we would, let's give them a nice round of applause. We'll get into your grand overall drive. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in the Hereford ring. Results out of class. Final class in division. First place and champion division will go to back number 8,092. That was RPCC Luna, exhibited by Kaylee Younghans of Medford, Oklahoma. We're now going to welcome in all of those division champion reserves to the Shorthorn Plus ring, and our judge, Mr. Zach Butler, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion junior females here at the Cattleman's Congress. Welcome in all of your division champion and reserves here in our Junior Shorthorn Plus show. Let's put our hands together for all the Junior Shorthorn Plus exhibitors here at the Cattleman's Congress this morning.
Let's put our hands together for these Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. Really impressive lineup of cattle out here, and I'm certainly honored to have the opportunity to evaluate them for you. Again, I think from end to end, there's some options out here that under the right guy on a different day, some different things could happen. I think there's some cattle that maybe read with a little more future on down the road. I think there's some that are ready to go home and start generating that return on your investment here pretty soon that I think are going to do a high quality job in that. And then you got some calves up here that they're going to be a handful come this time next year, and certainly kind of going through my mind out here today. I'll briefly just hit on them pretty quickly here. The young lady's calf out of that first division, again, her balance I think is incredible. Her structure is really, really good. She's so fresh and youthful in her kind. You know, she maybe gives up a little substance, a little bone to some of the other cattle at the end of the day, but there's just not a lot wrong with her. That one's a really nice female. Young man's heifer that comes out of Division II, that one hits me hard. There's a lot to like in her. I think you get her out on the go, and this thing really comes together and just checks a lot of the boxes that I like. It starts at the ground in terms of her foot, in terms of her bone. A female that's just so long-bodied. She's got power. She's got substance, yet she still looks maternal when you view her through the center part of her rib cage. You know, she's got maybe just a little extra skin there up front compared to some of them other cattle, but, man, that don't bother me at all. A female that there's just, for me, there's a lot to like in her. I do like that one. She's in contention out here today. The young lady's heifer out of Division III, a lot like Division I. Just not a lot wrong with her. Everything, her balance, her kind, her type is really, really good. She's maybe not pulled apart and is extended from nose to tail as heifers on either side of her. But, again, her balance is good. I love her rib cage. I love her design. And, again, structurally is one that you have to like. The young man's fall out of Division IV. Again, I think this one, come this summer, is going to be a lot of fun. You get a calf in her, drop her down, soften her up just a little bit. There's a lot to like in her. She, too, is incredible in regards to her structure. Young lady doing a good job out here. Glad to see you hanging in there with it. Had a little rough go there when we come back in the champion drive, but she's sticking it out. Young lady, you got you a nice heifer. Again, I'd like to see this one this summer just in terms of her build, her lines, her freshness are really, really good. Young man with the summer born here. Again, a female that's pretty wild looking. She's out there just in terms of her kind, really high tying and extended up front. I love her foot size as well. She's a female that's really bold in her rib cage, one that I like a great deal. Again, I think maybe come this summer, she's going to be one that's really, really hard to handle as well. But again, you have to keep her in the back of your mind for contention out here today, just in terms of her look and presence. We get into a couple of these big breds, and the young lady's heifer here in the next division. She's the one that just reads donor cow to me. She's powerful. She swallows up everything that's out here in terms of just bone and mass and substance. Her length of body is really, really good. She's not as out there in terms of length of neck and the way it ties at the top of her shoulder is, say, the heifer right in front of her. But this is the one that just looks like a donor prospect to me. She can go to the next generation, spit out a bull that every breed needs. We're all struggling to find bulls to breed these things too. She's got the look to raise a herd sire in my mind, and yet still enough maternal traits and enough femininity about her to generate some show prospects as well. That one I really, really am intrigued in terms of just her overall power and substance. Then our young lady's heifer out of that next division, the Januaries and Februaries, again, just so fresh, so complete, so well-balanced, one that you have to really, really like. She maybe doesn't have the muscle shape and power of the heifer standing right in front of her, but I do like this one just in terms of her composition, in terms of her freshness, in terms of her athleticism. She's a contender in the mix as well. And then we've got a cow-calf pair that we round out the show with. Again, low maintenance, easy fleshing kind of a female. Great lineup of cattle, still a little bit undecided. I'll go back through them again. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to sort your pluses. We've got the purebreds coming up next in line. Again, different day, different guy, different things happen. They just handed me the mic and told me to sort them. Those of you that know me best, you know what I like, you know what to bring to town, and you know I'm going to pick the ones that best suit me out here today. I want to thank my family back home for taking care of things. Couldn't do it without them, no doubt. We were just out here last week showing cattle. Made the trip home on Wednesday, bred heifers, Thursday morning, jumped on a plane Thursday afternoon, and here I stand. So certainly appreciative for the opportunity. I'll get you a champion in reserve. Let's give these young folks another big, big hand.
In your junior show at Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by Mallory Inskeep, Lafayette, Indiana. That's CF Max Rosa 450 Primo XET. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, coming out of Class 8. That was back number 8030, Soul Making Dream 5294 NET, exhibited by Braden Goodbread of Lee, Illinois. Again, congratulations to all of our junior Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. We'll head to the backdrop briefly and return back to start your purebred show. Back over in the Hereford ring, we have
As we wrap up the Plus show here with our bred and owns, again, I said earlier in one of those divisions, you know, this is a part of the show that I hold near and dear to my heart. I'll give you just a kind of a quick story. Growing up, I thought I wanted to play sports, and I played a lot of them. Wasn't bad at it, but by the time I get to high school, I didn't quite have the build to be playing football at a 5A, numerous state championship caliber kind of high school. I was getting my head beat in, getting beat up pretty good. I had the brains and I had the heart, but I didn't quite have the build. And that summer, of all places, we went to Stillwater, Oklahoma for a junior national. I was fortunate enough to have a grand champion bred and owned, and that was the spark that I needed to kind of fully commit to this industry. And so again, the bred and owns is something that I take a great deal of pride in. I appreciate these kids bringing this set of cattle out here, and it's a good set from end to end. I've got my mind made up the two that I like best, but let's give them all a big round of applause for coming out here in our champion and reserve bred and owned division.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Shorthorn Plus ring, your grand champion bred and owned female, exhibited by Clara Bremer with KABG Aiden Wildberry, 434M, and your reserve grand champion bred and owned, exhibited by Wyatt Dreyer of Norma, Illinois, with Dry Miss Millie, 12N. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll get started with the purebred show here in a few minutes. Back over to the Hereford ring. At a Shorthorn female show here for the juniors at the Cattleman's Congress, welcoming in Class 1. These will be late spring heifer calves. Also welcoming back to the ring our judge today, Mr. Zach Butler.
Bred females over here, and a class of June-born heifer calves that we're going to start out with, and I like the red roan to go ahead and lead off with. She's attractive, she's youthful, she's good at the ground, she's square and correct there on all four corners, couples that really nice look. She's got some rib shape to her in terms of how it comes out of her spine and opens up into the center part of her skeleton. Nice place to go ahead and lead off. The red heifer here coming out in 2, I think most likely follows her in regards to her structure. She's a female that's good in her hip. She's correct in her hind leg. She's got a deep, soft center body to her when you get her from the profile. I think in relation to that class winner, she is a little flatter made. She's a female that's maybe not quite as attractive in terms of just length and neck there up front as well. Our third place female, the young man's, is coming here next in line. Again, a moderate, well-built kind of a female also. Again, gets a little coarser there in her tail head. Not as much just forerib and depth of flank in this one as the first 2 heifers that we see. And then our young man's female that we're going to conclude the class with, got as much bone and substance as any of them, just a little rounder and coarser in her kind. Maybe just don't quite read as much femininity and future in that one as some of those other cattle, but a nice way to start off a purebred show.
And a good way to start out your purebred Shorthorn female show. First place, go to back number 8710. That was MFS Tootie's Reward 63 NET exhibited by Jenna Whiting of New Williamton, Pennsylvania. Second place will go to Stella Mayfield of Joshua, Texas. Third place exhibited by Barrett Griffin of Batesville, Arkansas. Fourth place in that class will go to Shane Carlisle of Amarillo, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 2 late spring heifer calves.
Shorthorn ring, another good class of these young heifer calves over here, and a good pair on top. A pair of cattle that to me are really similar in their type and in their body type and their look, their presence out here in the ring. They're both big ribbed. They're both attractive. They're females that are good in their top line, long and level out of their hip. The difference I see in them is the young man's heifer in the hat that I'm going to go ahead and lead off with is just quite more comfortable there at the surface, specifically from behind off of those rear two as she sets them down with a little more angle and a little more set to that hock and lower pastern is where I like her to go ahead and lead off. Again, heifer in two follows her a lot there at the stand, but when we ask them to go, she's just maybe not quite as good as the heifer there that I'm going to lead off with. Gets a little more rigid there at the surface as we ask her to lead. A little more sort class from 3, 4, and 5, and 6, and I probably wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to change it around a little bit. I do like the presence of the young lady's red, white-bellied, white-legged one here that's coming out next. She's got some rib shape. She's got some spring to the center part of her skeleton. Female, again, I changed this one's angle to her hind leg ever so slightly and just soften her up there in that rear flank. The roan heifer coming out here next in line. Again, a female that balances up pretty well from the profile. I like her top line. I like the way her tail head sits into her. She too just needs a little more body and rib at this point. And then our young lady's heifer coming out here next in line has got as much muscle, bone, and power as any of them. Just gets a little coarser, a little rounder in her overall design. Our young man's heifer we're going to conclude the class with probably is a little smoother shouldered than the heifer even right in front of her. Again, just doesn't maybe have that extra style and presence out here in the ring. Want to change her structurally there off either end. See her get a little more competitive, but another good class. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Hereford ring. We head back over to the Shorthorn ring. Results on a Class 2 late spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 8108. That was LWFS Mona Lisa LL 2523 ET, bred known by Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana. Second place in that class will go to Taylor Matlock of Muldrow, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Abby Scott of Seminole, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Ryder Heater of Raymond, Kansas. Fifth place will go to back number 8112. Sixth place was exhibited by back number 8105. Now in Arena 2's Class 3, these are late spring heifer calves.
Another good class of shorthorn cattle over here as we keep working right along, and a good pair here on top. Once again, a pair of cattle that have some presence about them. They have some look about them. They're cattle with a little more foot, a little more bone, a little more body and rib than some of the others. Within that pair, the young man's heifer is just a little better up through her shoulder. It's laid into her skeleton better. The angle's better for me. She's better in behind her shoulder in the way it ties into her spine and into her forerib there. That's where I kind of sort this pair out here today in a really close decision. I do like the young lady's heifer. Like I said, she matches that class winner in terms of foot, bone, and power with enough look. She just needs to be a little better there in regards to that class winner to get to get around her. But a good pair of cattle there to go 1 and 2. The roan heifer that's going to come out here next in line, I like her body shape in terms of how it comes out of the top side of her spine. She's bold-ribbed. She's a female that's got some muscle and got some dimension. She maybe is not as soft in her rib cage as the heifers that go first and second. Maybe not quite as comfortable there in the way she handles those rear two, but still a heifer that I like her length of spine. I like her muscle shape. Young man's heifer coming next in line, kind of being a handful, makes it a little hard just to get an honest read on her, but I do appreciate, again, a female that's got enough rib shape. She's got enough maternal look about her when you study her through her center skeleton. She maybe doesn't quite flex that hind leg and set it down with as much comfort and ease as some of the other cattle that go out ahead of her. The solid red heifer coming next in line, really smooth, really angular. Just need to power her up a little bit, see her get any higher, but I like her length of stride. I like her length of skeleton. A female that I think on down the road can do some good things just in terms of that added length of body that she offers. Just want to stouten her up in terms of muscle and bone. Young man's calf coming here next in line. Again, real attractive, real sharp looking. Female, again, needs a little more body, needs a little more substance. And our young man's roan heifer we're going to conclude the class with. Again, got enough size and frame and stretch to her. Again, just want to soften her up, see her come with a little more natural thickness and a little more body to get her any higher. Another good class, good pair on top. Congratulations. First division of our purebred females in the Shorthorn ring, and some competitive classes from end to end. We started with a little June female there and a pair of May classes in 2 and 3, and I think again an awesome way to start off this purebred show. I think a lot to look forward to with the caliber of these calves that we've got back out here. Hit on them just briefly. The young lady's June calf there out of that first class, one that's really striking. One that's got some foot and some bone underneath her. I think extremely juvenile, as she should be out here, but the lines are good. The structure's pretty good. There's times I'd set her back in the angle to that knee ever so slightly as we get back out here, but still high quality female. The heifer out of class 2 is one that I like a great deal from the profile. She hits you really hard. She's attractive. She's got the right kind of shape to her rib cage. She too is really good in regards to her flexibility as she gets out on the go. I think heifers on either side of her are probably a little wider based, a little more width to their pins with a little more muscle shape. I think she has enough. But out here today, I think those are some things that she gives up a little bit just in terms of some power and some natural thickness from end to end. But again, when you get this look here from the profile, one that ties a lot of good things together. The young man's heifer out of class 3. Pull her up just a little bit there, bud. She's a little stretched out if you could. But again, that's a female that I like a great deal in terms of her substance, in terms of her flexibility. We talked to her in that class. She was just better in the angle to her shoulder and the way it's laid onto her skeleton. Same holds true out here. She couples that with some body shape and some dimension when you get in behind the cattle. Go ahead and step her up, young man, a little bit if you could. There we go. Good lineup of cattle. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause, and I'll get you a pair of champions. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Hereford ring, class 21 before Shorthorn ring, your late spring heifer champion was exhibited by Sawyer McGrew of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania with CF Dream Only 597 EVXET, and reserve champion, and congratulations goes Carter Wickard of Wilkinson, Indiana with LWFS Mona Lisa LL 2523 ET. We're now going to welcome in class 6 early spring heifer calves. Well, congratulations. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, your reserve division will be your champion, bred and owned in that division. Exhibited and owned by Carter Wickard. Reserve bred and owned goes to Abby Scott of Seminole, Oklahoma.
Another good class of these purebred Shorthorn females, and I like this one that wins quite a bit. There's just hard to pick a major hole in her. She's extremely feminine and attractive about her head, and when I say that, she's not just giraffed and choke-throated and tight-chested. She just looks like a female should look in my mind. She looks like a production female. One that can go out and generate. She's going to stay in this same kind of a rig her entire life. And then you take her to the ground, and her structure is near perfect. Everything fits extremely, extremely well. She's so fluid and athletic and loose in her spine. The way she handles that hip and hind leg is really, really good. She's not the biggest boned or the stoutest footed one that we've seen all day and probably won't. But, man, everything just goes together the way it should. That's a really, really nice heifer to go ahead and lead off. Not taking anything away from young man in two. This heifer could have won a lot of classes in either show here today. That's a female that's big ribbed. She gives you a good look. She probably is a little neater throated than even the one that wins. But in relation to that class winner, she's a little shorter coupled. She maybe doesn't handle her front end structure quite as ideally. Is it bad? No. Like I say, most classes you talk her is the best structured one. You just run into one that's an absolute cheetah in terms of getting out and going and flexing off either ends. But this heifer here is really, really good as well. The young lady's heifer coming out in 3 at the stands, one that I like. She does have some muscle shape. She has some bone and some substance underneath her. She works off of a wide base as the cattle go away from you. She's not as soft in her forerib and drop down in that rear flank. Maybe needs to flex that rear hock a little more ideal for me to rival those first two. Young man's roan heifer coming out in 4, a lot like her. Again, she's got substance, she's got some bone, she's got some doability. I like her muscle shape when you get in behind the cattle. A little more tubular in that rib cage, not quite as flexible off either ends, just gets a nickel straighter for my liking out here today. And our young lady's red heifer we're going to conclude the class with. Again, long-bodied, extended, probably better in the angle to her shoulder and knee than even the one right in front of her. Just gets a little plainer, a little more out of balance, you could say, in relation to the ones that stand ahead of her. But a really good class, outstanding one to win, real good one to follow her up with as well. Congratulations.
Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results out of Class 6, first place, exhibited by Audrey Robertson of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with C.F. Haynes, Crystal Lucy, 582 RKXET. Second place was exhibited by Winston Dreyer of Tolar, Texas. Third place go to Samuel Brown, Perry, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Ty Mulhaney of Valders, Wisconsin. And fifth place was exhibited by Gianna Stiles. Now in the ring is Class 7.
Interesting class over here in the purebred Shorthorn ring, and I'll be the first to admit, I'm not going to tell you that there's just a slam dunk, stand out, has to win kind of heifer in this particular drive. I think we've got a class with a lot of good heifers in it, but they've all got some things that I'd like to tweak just a little bit. I think for me, at the end of the day, the young man's red, white-bellied one, again, structurally is the one that just best suits me. Not only is she the longest body, the most extended heifer in the class, but she's the best in her shoulder. She's the best in the angle to her knee. She follows that up with the most collected and flexible step there from behind. She's still got enough look. She's got enough body. Is she perfect right in behind her shoulder? I could change her there, maybe just see it tie in a little neater at the top side of her shoulder. But again, when you get this one in motion, is where I like her to go ahead and lead off the class with. Initially, the young lady's red and white calf is the one that I thought was going to win the class. She's well balanced here at the stand. She's bold. She's opened up in her rib cage. She's got some muscle and some power when you get in behind her. I think compared to that class winner, she's a little shorter coupled. She's not quite as flexible in just the way that she wants to use that hock there from behind. But still, that's a quality heifer. Follows up a nice one to go ahead and lead off with. I like the young man's red heifer as well, and she's another one that's probably a little more similar in regards to our class winner, just in terms of the angle to her shoulder, the set to her knee, a little extra length of body than even the one right in front of her. She gets a little excessive in the set to that hind leg for me out here today. Again, I think you kind of change her there, and it gets really interesting, at least between 2 and 3 in my mind. The young lady's red and white calf coming out here next. Again, one that it gives you a nice look from the profile. She's smooth and correct at the point of her shoulder. She, too, just needs to set down with a little more authority and security there off of those rear two. She maybe even wants to break in her loin just a little bit as we get her out on the go. But she gets her park. She gives you a really nice look. Young man's roan heifer coming out next in line. Again, at the stand, stout and powerful. I like her foot. I like her bone. She's the one of these initial 3 or 4 cattle that I'd change up front. She's just a little straighter and more open about the angle to that shoulder and that about her knee than some of those other females, but I do like her substance and her power. The silver, the white one coming out here next in line, again, gives you a nice look. She's high-tying and attractive, maybe just not quite my kind. She looks a little rounder to me, a little shorter in her length of hip. Again, just like to see her a little different in the way she goes off of those rear two. The redneck roan coming here next in line. Some of the same can be said. I think it was, for me, it was some structure that kind of sorted these cattle. I like her from her hip forward. I think she's real feminine. She's real attractive. She's got enough body and enough rib. She just doesn't use that hip and hind leg nearly as comfortable as I'd like to see her. And our young man's red heifer that we're going to conclude the class with. Again, real feminine, real attractive. She's in good rig, and I like her maturity at this stage of the game. She, too, I'd just like to change her angles off either end, soften her up in her center skeleton a little bit. But a really nice class once again. Congratulations.
Results out of Class 7 early spring heifer calves. First place go to back number 8140. That was GRDT Miss Nina Rose 205 NET, exhibited by Griffin Lewis of Morrison, Oklahoma. Second place in that class will go to Abilene Sullivan, Lawton, Oklahoma, with ABSUL Magic's Margot ET. Third place in that class, and congratulations goes to Reed Finsgard. Fourth place, exhibited by Ivy Goodbread of Lee, Illinois. Fifth place, and congratulations goes to Joshua Blakeman of Oak Hill, Ohio. Sixth place was exhibited by Sadie Brown. Seventh place will go to Case Glazier, and eighth place, and congratulations goes to Axel Baylor. Now in the ring is Class 8. These are early spring heifer calves.
Well, hats off to these young folks here in this March class. There's not a throwaway in this lineup. I think all these cattle are nice from end to end. You know, a big class. We've got 7 of them out here, and again, they're all good cattle. At the end of the day, from a structural standpoint, the 2 that suit me the best are these 2 young ladies standing out here in the middle, and I like the redneck roan to go ahead and lead off. She's the one that's just so feminine, so attractive, so maternal in her kind. I think of this pair, she's a little higher set in her pins. She's a female that's a little stouter and bigger in her hip. She's got a little more rear flank and just body dimension to her, and yet you ask her to go, and there's certainly no issues there. Really, really nice one to go ahead and lead off this class with. Not taking anything away from the red heifer with the white belly coming here in second. She rivals her in regards to that structure. Her shoulder angle is really good. The set to her knee is really good. I like how she uses her hip. Probably that low pin set even kind of enables her to get out and reach and travel the way she does. I would like to pick her up just a little bit there. Soften her up in that rear flank ever so slightly, but that's a nice heifer to follow up a good class winner. The red and white one of the young ladies coming out here next in line probably is a little bigger bodied than the heifer even right in front of her. I read her just to be a little easier in her loin, not quite as good right in behind her shoulder as either one of those first 2 heifers. She's the female of that pair that she's not bad in the way she uses her hock, but I would like to see her just a little more eye-appealing in the way that it sets to the surface there as she goes. But that's still a big-bodied, attractive, youthful kind of a heifer there to follow up 2 really good ones in this class. I think the pair to sort for me is 2 and 3, and I guess today the one that just hits me a little more fresh, a little later maturing is the young lady's heifer coming out here next in line. I like her head, I like her neck, I like the way it sets into her top line there. She's a female that's maybe given up some bone and some foot size to the one right in behind her, but yet I still like her design there at the profile. She too could flex a little better there off of those rear 2 as she goes, but the same can be said for the remaining cattle that we've got out here. But I like her youthful look just to keep her right here where she's at. Big, stout, powerful one of the young man's coming next. I think she's unmatched in terms of foot and bone. I'd fix this one in her shoulder. She's a little bold there. She's a little off right in behind it. Maybe set her tail head into her skeleton ever so slightly. She, too, could be tweaked a little bit there as she goes off of those rear 2 legs when we ask her to lead. The roan heifer coming here next in line. Young man's female again. At the stand, I like her top line. She's probably better in her spine and in behind her shoulder than even the heifer right in front of her. She gets just a little straighter up front and behind as well compared to some of the other cattle that go out ahead of her. And then our red and white female that we're going to round out the class. Really youthful, really fresh, really attractive. Again, just getting a little outpowered, out-horsed out here today. She too gets just a little straight in the way she wants to handle that rear hock. Really good class. Congratulations to all of them.
The results out of Class 8. First place was exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma with CFKLS Max Rosa 560 EV XET. Second place in that class will go to Lily Ellsworth of Erie, Kansas with MFS Margie's Red 10N. Third place was exhibited by Paisley Dreyer of Tolar, Texas. Fourth place will go to Jaden Dunn of St. Francis, Kansas. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Wyatt Smith of Wolf City, Texas. Sixth place will go to Baylor Hoffman. And seventh place in that class exhibited by Emily Lucas. Now in the ring, we have Class 9. These are early spring heifer calves. As they enter the arena, let's put our hands together for all of our Horn Hereford exhibitors.
Last class, these late spring heifer calves here in the March class, and again, a pair of them on the top end for me structurally just suit me a little better. Within that pair, the young man's heifer just has a few more intangibles in terms of foot and bone and body and mass, and couples that with a really, really nice look as well. Out here today, ideally maybe a female could be pulled apart just a little bit in terms of her length of body compared to a couple others out here, but her balance is second to none in this particular drive. A real easy place for me to go ahead and lead off. The pair to sort for me was 2 and 3, but at the end of the day, the young lady's red and white heifer, again, just a little better built specifically up front. And the way her shoulders laid onto her skeleton, the angle that she's got to her knee. She's not blessed with as much hair as heifers on either side of her. That's okay with me. I would be tickled to death if somebody let a slick shorthorn in here that looked like a game banger. So anyway, this one here, again, just practical, good-bodied, got some muscle, got some shape, gets out and goes pretty good. Probably even a little bit longer than the heifer that even wins that first class. But again, a heifer that just her structure is what follows her up with that class winner. The red one that's coming out here next in line at the stand, I like some things about her. She's big-footed. She's stout bone. I love her length of body. I'd lay that shoulder onto her a little little bit better. See her utilize that front end a little more comfortably as she wants to get out and go, but still a quality female there to follow up two good ones there at first and second. Red and white heifer coming out here next in line. Again, no slouch in terms of having some muscle shape and some dimension when you get behind the cattle. She needs to be tweaked a little bit on both ends. And our roan heifer that's going to come out here next in line, a lot of the same could be said at the stand. I don't mind her look. I don't mind her design. It's when we ask her to go, she's just not quite comfortable enough out of that hip and hind leg for me today. The roan heifer that's going to come out here next, kind of the spotted up one. Again, the female that has got some shape. She's got some muscle and some dimension and some base width to her. Just a little plainer, a little more uncoordinated, a little frailer there at the ground compared to some of the other cattle. And then our roan heifer that we're going to round out the class with. Again, really youthful, really fresh in her kind. Appreciate those things about her. Just needs to be laid back in her shoulder, a little more comfortable off those rear two, a little better angle to that hind leg, I guess the best way to say it, compared to some other females. But a good class. We'll get the next division in as these guys select your champion Hereford Bull across the ring. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of your Class 9. Class 9, first place, exhibited by Knox Newmeyer, Bowling, Texas. That's CF Mona Lisa, 547 OMXET. Second place in that class will go to Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri, with LGF MFS Emerald Cis 72N. Third place in that class, exhibited by Tate Ash. Fourth place was exhibited by Emily Schellenberg. Fifth place, and congratulations, goes to Sadie Crawford. Sixth place, exhibited by Kane Stainbrook. Seventh place went to Madison Ellis. Now in Arena 2, we're going to welcome in those first and second selected champion reserve early spring heifer calf.
Back over here on our Shorthorn ring, I'm kind of glad I was able to time that up with the Grand Hereford drive because the heat's gotten good. I needed a little more time to kind of study and evaluate some of these, and I'm glad that it worked out that way. We'll briefly talk about them here just a little bit. The young lady's heifer here out of that first class is one that I really, really like. There's just not a big hole in her. Her structure, I think, is incredible. The way she's laid into her shoulder, the angle to her knee, the way she uses it as she goes, and then she opens up and just screams maternal. This thing's head, her neck, her body type, her length of body are really, really good. Is she the biggest footed, stoutest boned one that we've got? No, but I also think she's probably got the least amount of leg hair as any of them out here, and I'm not going to hold that against her. I think everything fits together really, really well. This one is one that I do like. The young man's heifer out of class 2. That was an interesting class. Again, I think it was her structure, her flexibility that got her out of there. I think we get her back in this lineup, and she's probably not as good in her shoulder, just in terms of how it lays onto her skeleton. This heifer's on either side of her, but still a quality female that's got some length of body, some extension, really nice hip and hind leg in her. Young lady's heifer out of class 3 is one that, again, a lot like the class 1 winner, just not a big hole in her. I think, she's maybe a little more moderate in her kind than some of the cattle out here, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But this female, too, she's extremely useful in the way she goes. When you ask these cattle to lead, she's a female that, again, just puts it all together in a real, real good package. Then our young man's red and white heifer out of class 4. She's the one that just hits you with a little different look. I think compared to a couple other females, she's extremely striking. She's up-headed. She's real fresh and youthful in her kind as well. Probably as much depth to center body as anything in here. She certainly doesn't have an issue getting out and going either. I do think maybe a couple of heifers just have a little more stretch and overall length and extension to them, but still one that's definitely in the running and hard to knock just a major hole in. Like I said, I think she's the one that's just a little different out here and in a good way. I'm not going to tell you that scares me by any means, but I like a lot of things about this heifer. With that said, some very respectable seconds. Let's give these young folks a big hand. I'll get you a pair of champions for an awesome division of calves.
Well, congratulations, your division champion, exhibited by Audrey Robertson, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with CF Haynes Cristalucci, 582 RKXET. And congratulations, reserve in that division coming out of that final class, back number 8164. That's CF Mona Lisa 547 OMXET, exhibited by Knox Newmeyer of Bowling, Texas. We do need to select a champion reserve, bred and owned here in this division. Following that selection, we'll bring in Class 12 junior heifer calves. Back over in the Hereford ring, we're bringing in those divisions.
We get into this next lineup of our February purebred shorthorn calves, and young man's got a nice one to go ahead and lead off with. I think in this particular drive, again, she's the most flexible. She's the most athletic there out of her hip and her hind legs. She couples that with plenty of body and rib, really good at the angle to her shoulder and the set to her knee. I think just for me, the logical place to go ahead and start. I don't mind the young man's calf in two. She's very youthful, very fresh, gives me a little later maturing kind of a look than maybe a couple of heifers in the class. I do appreciate that about her. I like to just see her go with a little more authority there from behind, maybe just soften her up a little bit too in her body shape out here today. The red and white heifer coming out here in third is real athletic. When you get her out on the go, she can reach and travel and cover her track really well. Appreciate that about her. She's a little easy in her top, a little broken right in behind her shoulder. Maybe just want to stouten her up at the ground ever so slightly in terms of some foot size and some bone work. Get her a little more competitive there at the top end. The white heifer coming next does have some advantages in those regards. She's probably one that hits you with a shot more muscle. She goes to the ground with a little more circumference of foot and stoutness of bone. With that, though, she just gets a little too tight, restricted in the way she wants to use that hip and hind leg. Roan heifer coming next. Again, real feminine, angular up front, and the way her shoulders laid onto her skeleton. She, too, just doesn't hinge quite as comfortably there from behind to suit me out here today. And then our red and white one we're going to conclude the class with. Again, really feminine, attractive about her head and neck. Just needs to have a little more to her and change her up a little bit structurally as well. Get her a little more competitive here in this particular class. But another good lineup, nice class winner to win.
Horn ring before we turn the mics over in the Hereford ring. First place exhibited by Maverick Crawford of Ash Flat, Arkansas, with DFSC Rosemary's Dream 505 NET. Second place in that class will go to Western Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. Third place exhibited by Marley Harris. Fourth place went to Chase Thrapp. Fifth place, and congratulations, goes to Trevin Dick. And sixth place will go to Jessica Hobaugh.
Shorthorn ring. Congratulations to all the Hereford Bull exhibitors. Really nice show over there. Pleasure to work across the ring with Shane and his associate. Enjoyed those times here this morning. As we get back to this February female class, a red heifer that kind of sorts her way to the top pretty handily. Kind of getting a little repetitious here in terms of the things that I like, but she just fits that mold of structure and body and look out here in this particular drive. Sets herself apart when you ask these cattle to go by some margin. Most comfortable there at the surface for me. The roan heifer that's going to come out next in line, I think, is the one that best suits me next, just in terms of having some shape, some power, some base width, some actual natural thickness to her. You know, you'd change her a little bit in her spine, a little bit how she handles that hip and hind leg, but a nice female to follow up that class winner. The red heifer coming out here in third, real smooth, real angular, needs a little more to her in terms of foot and bone and just muscle shape, but I do like her angularity. I like the feminine look that she gives us. The roan heifer coming out in fourth, does have a little more muscle shape, a little more natural thickness when you get in behind these females in terms of just top shape and width to her pins. I'd like to soften her up in her body and just see her go again a little more comfortably from behind. And then our female that we're going to conclude the class with, again, a female that doesn't have a bad look in terms of just style and eye appeal. Just, again, needs a little more to her, gets a little flat in behind her shoulder, and just kind of tapers as she goes away from you. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations back in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 13 Junior Heifer Calves. First place to go to Katie Lowry of Burlingame, Kansas with SN Gnarly Margie, 544 ET. Second place in that class exhibited by Cadence Lion of Almond, Wisconsin. Third place go to Ashlyn Wood of Slayton, Texas. Fourth place went to Briley McLaughlin, Washington, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Molly Crum. Now in the ring is Class 14 Junior Heifer Calves.
we get into our January class over here in the Shorthorn ring and kind of wrap things up with the Hereford show and get my buddy Andy Higgins over here sorting on some mains. Going to be a fun afternoon as we wrap it up. The young ladies heifer that we're going to go ahead and use to lead off with, again, just structurally, she outmoves them, kind of plain and simple. She's the one that's the best in her angles. She's the most correct in her knee, set to her hock, the way she uses that hip and hind leg, a little bit low pinned. Compared to maybe a couple other heifers, but getting kind of nitpicky. I think she's kind of a combination heifer too of the ones that go 2 and 3. She's got enough muscle. She's got more muscle than the 1 and 3. And just kind of blends everything together really, really nice. The young man's heifer here going out in second, kind of giving him a fit. First one in the ring, just maybe not wanting to act the best out here. She's just wanting to kind of set him down a little hard there from behind. I think if she just kind of relaxes and falls into her own there, it'll help her a little bit. But today, she just want to get a little rigid there as she goes off of those rear 2. Young lady's heifer here that's coming out in 3. Again, a big-bodied, big-ribbed, high-volume kind of a female from the side. Appreciate that about her. Gets a little bolder about her shoulder, maybe not quite as just neat and tidy there about her head and neck as the first 2 heifers that go out ahead of her. I'd tweak her structure just a little bit there from behind as well. But for me, I read her to just be a nickel flatter than heifers that go first and second as you get in behind these cattle. But still, nice, high-quality, well-presented one there to go out in that 3rd hole. Young man's heifer here that's going to come out in 4th. Bless her heart, she got tied beside some black ones out there and got a little overspray on her, but still kind of makes her stand out here in the ring. That's a nice calf. She's got some bone, she's got some foot, she's got some shape and some curvature to her center body. A little shorter coupled, a little smaller stature than maybe a couple of those other females. A little maybe just rounder in her kind compared to a couple others, but still a lot of usefulness in that female. The roan heifer that's coming out here next in line, I do like this heifer's hip and hind leg. Just gets a little plain for me, gets a little flat as we get in behind the cattle. Maybe just kind of narrows up and kind of hocks in there a little bit from behind as she goes, a little tighter in her spine. The roan heifer coming out here next in line, another big-footed one, stout-legged, just, again, a little short-fronted, a little rounder shouldered than some of those other cattle, a little quicker in her maturity pattern for me at the end of the day. The roan that's coming out here next in line, a little more angular, a little more extended than the one right in front of her, just needs a little more body and rib to get her up any higher. And then our heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, got some frame, got some stature and some length and some extension to her. I think structurally she's the one that probably changed the most just in the way she sets them down from behind, get her a little softer in that rib cage as well. But a nice class from end to end. Congratulations.
Of the Shorthorn ring results out of class 14. First place exhibited by back number 8186. That was MFS Lucy's Nyla 2NET, exhibited by Glenny's McGurk of Kingman, Indiana. Second place and congratulations will go to Wyatt Finsgard with CF Boy Traveling Ruby 519 EVX. Third place and congratulations in that class will go to Brady Mulhaney. Fourth place was exhibited by Cole Hubner. Fifth place went to Cora Stainbrook. Sixth place exhibited by Brentley Lewis. And seventh went to Katie Lowry. Now in the ring, we'll look to see Class 15 Junior Heifer Calves. Back over in Arena 1, we're getting started.
Another class of February-born females over here in the purebred ring. A nice one to go ahead and lead off with. Again, for me, when you get these cattle out on the go, she's by some margin the loosest, freest moving, most athletic one that we've got out here. You know, she maybe opens up a little bit there at the top side of her shoulder, but she uses that front end really athletically as we ask her to go. The angle to it's good. The set to her knees really good. You know, she's a little more moderate than maybe a couple other of the cattle out here, but she's fresh. She's attractive. She's good-bodied. I like her hip and hind leg the best out here in this particular drive. The young man's red and white heifer coming in seconds. No slouch. Really up-headed and attractive. A female that I love her rib cage. I love the design that she's got through the center part of her skeleton. As she gets out on the go, she wants to get up in her back just a little bit out here. I read her to be a little shorter in her hip and lower in her pin set than the heifer that goes ahead and leads off the class with. But that's a nice pair to go 1 and 2. Young lady's roan heifer coming out here in 3. Probably a little more upstanding, a little taller frame kind of a female. I don't mind that. She's a heifer that I think in these first 3 has got as much muscle shape and true natural thickness to her as any. Needs to be just a little softer in her rib cage to compete with the heifers that go first and second, but still a really nice heifer there to follow up a good pair there at the top end. Big, stout, burly one's a young lady's heifer coming out here next in line. A female that from her shoulder back, I like her rib design. I like her foot shape. I like her bone work. She gets just a little coarser for me. Kind of wants to drop her pins and get in under herself ever so slightly as we get her out on the go. The young lady's roan heifer coming here next in line. Again, a female in regards to her size is put together pretty well. I think she does get just a little narrow as she goes away from me and kind of wants to hawk in ever so slightly. But I do like the spring rear that she's got to her center skeleton. Again, a little shorter coupled kind of a female than maybe some of those other cattle that go out right ahead of her. The red and white one coming out here next to the young man's is a female that's just super green. I hate to hold that against her, but out here today she's just not as opened up and powerful as some of those other cattle, but I do like her look. She gets a little straighter about her shoulder and about her knee compared to some of those other females. And then our young lady's heifer we're going to conclude the class with, again, nice-headed, nice neck kind of a female. Again, just gets out horsed out here today. She's probably the one that just disappoints you the most as they go away in terms of width and some thickness. Congratulations to all of them.
Back over in the Shorthorn ring. Results on a class of 15. First place will go to back number 8192. That was TMF Dreammakers Rosa E.T. exhibited by Malia Cover, Bowling Green, Missouri. Second place went to Sterling Gillette of Veneta, Oklahoma with CSF Crystal Swan 5146 DWET. Third place in that class exhibited by Beth Wells of Van Alstyne, Texas. Fourth place go to Regan Fox. Fifth place exhibited by Brooklyn Frazier. Sixth will go to Drake Penrod, and seventh in that class went to Kimberly Holland. We now welcome in class 16 junior heifer calves.
Back over in our Shorthorn ring, I think our last class of January is before we get into this next division, and a good pair of them here on top within that pair. I think one that comes to the surface pretty handily for me, the redneck roan heifer. This young lady's, I think, does a lot of things well. Again, it starts at the ground in terms of just foot size and flexibility. She gets out and motors and carries herself really comfortable around the ring and around the surface out here today. Just, again, one that I think reads the most maternal when you study her through her center body and rib cage in relation to some of the other females out here in the particular drive, one that I like a great deal. I like the red and white heifer here in 2, really fresh and youthful in her kind. I appreciate that about her. She's not blessed with the biggest hair coat, and again, that's okay for me. Kind of what you see is what you get, but she's got some muscle, she's got some shape. She's the next best one in regards to structure. She's not quite there yet, maybe in regards to just her body and her rib and her maturity in relation to the one that wins out here today, but that one's got a bright future ahead of her just because of the running gear that she's got underneath her. The young man's red and white one coming out here next in line. Again, she's no slouch, maybe not quite as attractive and eye-appealing up front as the first 2 heifers. I'd like to change her just a little bit in the way she goes out of that front end ever so slightly, but still, that's a deep-flanked, big-hipped, stout-made kind of a female that's got some foot and some bone and some usefulness to go along with it. The redneck roan that's coming out here next in line, again, she's no slouch. Young lady's got a well-balanced heifer. I love her top line. I like the way her tail head sets into her skeleton. She opens up into a big, deep, soft kind of a rib cage. She just needs to be pulled apart. She gets a little shorter coupled, a little shorter sided compared to those other cattle. The young lady's, the next roan heifer coming out here next in line is a little longer, a little more extended than even the one right ahead of her. Just not as good at the ground in regards to her structure. Wants to pop her pasterns ever so slightly there as she goes. Like to drop her down in that rear flank some as well. Red heifer coming out here next in line. Probably is a nickel more comfortable there off of those rear 2 in regards to the heifer right in front of her. She's just giving up some natural thickness and just some true muscle from end to end for me out here today. And then our calf that we're going to conclude the class with, again, one that's feminine. She's attractive headed and necked. Just needs to have more of her, more punch, more power for me to get her up any higher out here today. Another good class. Congratulations.
Shorthorn ring results out of Class 16 junior heifer calves. First place exhibited by Mercedes Ferree of Sullivan, Indiana. That's CFPC Mona Lisa Smile 51 RKXET. Second place will go to Sheridan Souls of Sperry, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Case Ersinghaus. Fourth place and congratulations goes to Josie Sanders. Fifth place went to Molly Rowe. Sixth will go to Riley Crosswhite. In 7th place in that class went to Emily Cox. Now in the ring, your first and seconds to select a champion reserve junior heifer calves.
back over in the Shorthorn ring as I get ready to select your last calf division. An impressive lineup from end to end. I think a set of cattle that within those respective classes for me, it was their structure that I think worked their way to the top. I think as we get them back out here, I'm with just the flexibility, the angles that these females have. There's some minute differences here and there, maybe in terms of how some of them are shoulders are laid on. Some got maybe just a nickel more round about their shoulder, but yet they're still useful in how they get out and use that. And within this lineup, for me, it's pretty logical for the one that I think it gets really, really close between about 3 or 4 that could very well be in contention for reserve. I'm not going to go back through and talk each and every one of them. I would ask those of you around, though, let's give these exhibitors a nice hand. I'll get you a pair of champions.
Well, congratulations in that division. Your champion exhibited by Mercedes Fareed, Sullivan, Indiana, with CFPC Mona Lisa's Smile 51 RKXET, coming out of Class 16. Back over in the main Angus ring, results and congratulations, reserve in that division. Over here in the Shorthorn ring, exhibited by Malia Cover, Bowling Green, Missouri. That was TMF Dreammakers Rosa E.T. We'll get started with the next division here in a moment. We'll look to see Class 19 Winter Heifer Calves.
Good class again over here on the Shorthorn side. Maybe just not that one barn burner in this particular fall class that we've seen maybe up to this point, but still a good set of cattle. The young lady's heifer I'm going to use to start with, again, just her rib design, her body type, best suit me. She's the most opened up in her rib cage, and you study them through her forerib and back through that rear rib and flank. I think she's the biggest, stoutest hipped female that we've got in the lineup. Her angles are good. I'd like to see her maybe stride out just a little longer as she goes, but I do like the angles that she's got. She's, again, just her body shape and kind is what suits me the best out here today. The young man's red heifer going to go second to her is a female that's really fresh in her composition. Appreciate that about her. She's real attractive about her head and about her neck and the way it ties into her shoulder. She gets a little narrower, a little flatter, not quite as much just overall dimension in her as the one that goes ahead and leads off the class with, but still a quality female there to follow up that class winner. Young man's roan heifer that's going to come out here next gives you a good striking look there at the stand. I like how up-headed she is. She opens up to enough dimension and power to her. She gets just a little straighter in the way she wants to handle her hock, not quite as much lower quarter and stifle in her as a couple of other cattle that we've got, but a quality female there to go in the middle of the class. Young lady's red heifer that's going to come out here fourth. I love her foot size. I love her bone work. Gets just a little coarser and a little rounder about her shoulder, not quite the length of hip that we see in some of these other females out here today. And then our roan heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, again, one that's not lacking for some performance and some overall growth, just gets a little more rigid and restricted in the way she wants to handle that hip and that hind leg as she goes away from me. Nice class. Congratulations to all of them. Back over here in our Shorthorn ring, another class of fall-born females that we bring back out here. A real nice one to go ahead and lead off. Just balance and structure and flexibility are where this female comes to the top. Really fresh and attractive in her kind. Doesn't maybe overwhelm you just in terms of power and substance, but there's certainly enough there for me. Again, it's just her structure, her maternal look in this specific class that gets her to the top for me rather handily. Don't mind the red and white one in 2, a little different type and kind, a female that's got some substance, big feet, big legs, stout hipped, a lot of dimension and top shape in this young female. Again, just want to pull her apart a little bit, maybe elevate her some there at the top of her shoulder too, but still a quality heifer that I think just, again, her structure, her kind of let her follow right in behind that class winner. The Redneck Roan coming out here in 3. Again, a female at the stand that you don't mind. She's up-headed. She's attractive. She, too, has got enough shape and curvature through the center part of her skeleton. Want to just soften her up in her flank, change her off of those rear 2 as she goes away from me a little bit out here today, get her a little more competitive. And then our red and white heifer we're going to conclude the class with. Got as much width and much natural thickness to her as any. I do appreciate those things about her. With that, though, she just gets a little coarse, a little more tubular, needs to be freed up off of both ends of that skeleton. Real nice class. Congratulations to them.
Results out of Class 20, first place exhibited by Megan Toll with Faree Fitz Crystal Swan 10 MET. Second place in that class go to Aileen Sullivan of Lawton, Oklahoma. Third place went to Kimberly Holland of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Emma Roberts of Grove, Oklahoma. Now in the ring, this is Class 21 Senior Heifer Calves.
Of these fall-born females in her shorthorn ring, and a pair of them here on top that I think are just a little more similar in terms of their type and kind. Young lady's heifer there in 3, just a little bit of an outlier, so I'm going to keep these two. They're a little more similar together. Within that pair, the young lady's heifer here in the red that I'm going to go ahead and start with, just a little looser made, a little looser structured. She's a dense, bold rib kind of a heifer. You get in behind the cattle. I like the shape, the power that she's got when you get on her. She's not blessed with a bunch of hair, and that's okay. I don't mind that at all. Kind of what you see is what you get, and I appreciate those things. She toes ahead really true and square there up front. follows it up with a nice accurate step there from behind. Nice place for me to go ahead and land and start. The pair to sword is 2 and 3 in my mind. I think within that pair, though, the young man's roan heifer just a little better in her shoulder. Probably uses her hock a little more ideal as well. She's a little smaller stature, a little shorter coupled than the heifer right in behind her, but still within that pair, she just hits me as one that's got a little more future on down the road. The big roan heifer that's going to round out the class, again, as I said, she's got a little more frame, she's got a little more stretch and length to her. Don't mind those things. Those are some good advantages that she has. I just like to tweak her a little bit structurally, set her back in the angle to her knee, see her a little more comfortable as she uses that hock there from behind. But a nice trio. Give those folks a nice round of applause as well. Congratulations to them.
Class 21, first place was exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri, with CF Mona Lisa 4136 EVXET. Second place will go to Ryder Heater of Raymond, Kansas, and third place was exhibited by Cora Schroeder. Now in the ring, we have your next class to see. This is Class 22 Senior Heifer Calves. Back over in the main Angus ring, results at a class
Back in our Shorthorn ring, another class of fallborns. I'm going to use this red and white one to go ahead and lead off again, just in terms of foot size, bone work, stoutness, and power, and coupling it with a good fresh package is this young man's heifer here up front. You know, she maybe gets just a little weak there in her loin. Ideally, maybe strengthen her there a little bit, but I like her kind. I like her substance, like her natural thickness and her width. And yet again, she's still good enough there at the ground for me to go ahead and latch a hold of her and get her to the top. The red heifer that's going to follow up behind her, I think best suits her just in terms of some style, some angularity, some flexibility. She's not as opened up, not as powerful, not as big-footed as the one that we use. You could fix her in those areas and it gets a little closer. But those are the two cattle for me that structurally win logically in my mind. The red heifer that's going to come out here next in line 3 and 4. You know, I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to swap them around a little bit. I guess the 3 heifer hits me as one that's just a little more moderate, a little easier fleshing, easier keeping in her kind. She too probably uses that hind leg a little better than the heifer right in behind her, but still doesn't have quite the punch and the power to get over those first 2 females that I use there at the top. The roan heifer coming next again, like we said, she's the big frame, she's the long-bodied female of the group, just maybe doesn't balance up quite as well, needs a little more body and rib to go along with that frame, needs to flex that rear hock a little more comfortable for me to really latch a hold of her. The red heifer that's going to come out here next in line, I like her look, I like her pattern. When we ask her to go, though, those rear 2 legs just aren't good enough for me. The roan heifer that's going to come next in line, big-bodied, moderate, bold-sprung kind of a female, just a little too plain, a little too frail. And then our young lady's heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, again, fresh, youthful, attractive in her look, just not enough of her to get her any higher for me out here today. Nice class. Congratulations.
Results out of Class 22. First place was exhibited by J.C. Thomas of Dunlap, Tennessee, with Saul Roses, our red, 47-17 MET. Second place in that class will go to Malia Cover. Third place was exhibited by Grace Harrington. Fourth place will go to Emma Turnpaw. Fifth place exhibited by Emery Robertson. Sixth place will go to Rayleigh Denton. And seventh place to Kaylee Simon. Now in the ring, your final class before division.
close pair over here in our fall class of our Shorthorn females, and I wouldn't argue with you if you did it a couple of different ways here on this top end. If you wanted to swap it around, wouldn't bother me a bit. I guess the longer that I'm out here and the more I study them, the young lady's heifer I'm going to use to start with just hits me as one that's got a little more shape and curvature to her lower rib. You get in behind these cattle, she's a little bolder through her forerib. She's got a little more volume and dimension right through the center part of her skeleton. She's a female that is still attractive. She's still up-headed, super sound at the ground as well. Again, that's probably where I like her. Is she maybe quite as long-bodied as the one right in behind her? Probably not. I'd maybe lengthen her hip out just ever so slightly, but I do read this one to just be a little bolder right through the center part of her skeleton out here today. The young lady's heifer in two. Again, I love this one's length. I love her length of hip. I love her length of spine. I think in this pair, she's one that's really striking. I think her advantages lie off of that rear 1/3 for me. She just reads a little bit flatter in her lower rib compared to the heifer that goes ahead and leads off the class with. Maybe not quite as just bold and powerful right through that forerib and heart, but that's a really good pair. I wouldn't argue if you wanted to trade that around a little bit. Young man's road heifer coming out here in third in this bottom pair. I think she's a female that just has a little more substance, a little more punch, a little more power. She doesn't have those intangibles of those first two heifers just in terms of stature and balance and quality out here, but still a competitive female. And our heifer we're going to conclude the class with, really smooth and angular about her shoulder. Needs to just go to the ground with a little more authority and substance off either end to get her up any higher. But a nice class. Congratulations to them.
Ring results out of your final class before the senior heifer calf division. First place went to Samantha Van Voris with CF Mona Lisa 41-24 DMET. Second place in that class was exhibited by Brianna Dury of Bristol, South Dakota.
As we get back out here to pick just your champion here in this fall lineup, again, I said earlier, we do a lot of the fall program there at home, and I always like to kind of imagine or wait and see this summer how some of these females project on out. They can be hard to handle come a junior national time. You get a big calf in them and they do the right things. Those are always really fun. You as juniors can kind of get 2 years out of them, show them as a calf at junior nationals and take them back as a big bred. So that's a lot of fun as well. You get to spend a lot of time with this particular age division out here. I think we've got a really good lineup, a lot more falls, a lot deeper quality than we had even in the Plus show this morning. So my hat's off to each and every one of you. I'm not going to go back through and talk these cattle again, but if you would, give them all a big round of applause. I'll get you a pair of champions.
Well, congratulations, your senior heifer calf champion coming out of class 23 here in the Shorthorn ring. That was exhibited by Samantha Van Voris and bred by Kate's Farms, CF Mona Lisa, 4124 DMET. Back over in the main Angus ring, results out of class 8. And congratulations, reserve senior heifer calf coming out of the same class, exhibited by Brianna Duree with CF Margie 4121 TBXET. We'll welcome in your next class here in the Shorthorn ring. This will be class 26, summer yearling females. We would like to remind everyone that the Shorthorn Edge Show will take place 45 minutes following the conclusion of our purebred heifer show today. Again, 45 minutes start time after the conclusion of this show will be the Shorthorn Edge Show in the Performance Arena.
Our Shorthorn ring, and I'm going to go ahead and use just a stouter featured one of the young ladies here up front. big bodied, bold center, and got some foot and got some bone to her. She's not maybe the most extended or the sleekest fronted one that we've seen all day, but still a quality female from her shoulders back, just in terms of body, power, and substance. Still gets out, moves really good. Young man's heifer here in 2 probably is a little more extended through her front 1/3. She's good in her structure as well, no faults there. I just want to see her stoutened up a little bit more in relation to the one that goes ahead and wins, but a nice pair. Congratulations to them.
In Class 26 in the Shorthorn ring, first place was exhibited by Taylor Mozek of Pulaski, Wisconsin, and second place will go to Brigham DeBoard of Bardwell, Texas. Now in the ring is Class 27 before the division. Back over to the main.
Another good pair of purebred females over here in our Shorthorn ring, and I like both these here on the top end a lot. The young lady's roan heifer is the one I'm going to start with. She's a female. We get these cattle out on the go. I think she's the most collected in terms of reaching and feeling that track there from behind. She's just overwhelming in terms of power and body and shape as well. Just a real nice female there to go ahead and lead off. I love her head and her neck, the way it ties into her shoulder. I think of this pair, she's a little better there at the lower point of that shoulder as well in terms of how it sets onto that skeleton. Really nice one there to go ahead and lead off. Not taking anything away from the red and white heifer here in 2. She rivals her here at the stand just in regards to that look and presence that she's got. I do love her angles as well. Her knees set back into her. She's got the right kind of shape to that hock and the way she goes to the ground there at her pasterns. She wants to get outside of herself just a little bit as she gets out and goes in relation to that class winner, but that's a really good pair there in this particular class. The red heifer that's going to follow her up is the next best structured female that we've got in the lineup. She's flexible, she's athletic, she doesn't have the power, the mass, the look of the heifers that go first and second, but still a quality female. The white heifer going to come out here next in line, got some muscle shape, got some dimension to her, just needs to go a little better off either end. She wants to get outside of herself up front, just kind of waddle a little bit there from behind. Like to just see her flex a little more athletically off either end. The roan female coming out here next, a little bigger statured, bigger frame kind of cattle. I don't mind that about her. She's long and extended in her kind, just needs to be a little softer made there as you study her through the center part of that skeleton. Just gets a little harder in her look for me. The roan heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, a female that's got a little more rib shape to her. You get in behind these cattle, she just gets a little too straight up through her shoulder, not quite as flexible there as she handles that hock either from behind. But a nice class, good pair there on the top end.
Shorthorn ring results out of class 27. First place exhibited by Macy Beckham with WPF Crimson and Clover ET. Second place in that class exhibited by Brianna Dury. Third place will go to Brigham DeBoard. Fourth place exhibited by Kyle Rule. Fifth place was exhibited by Carly Shoulderman, and sixth place went to Leighton Robertson. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, selected champion reserve intermediate female.
Good division here once again in our Shorthorn purebred show, and just a pair of classes, but a pair of good cattle and some respective seconds. The young lady's heifer out of that first class, again, power, body and rib shape are what you like in her. She's maybe not quite as extended up front, maybe not quite as feminine and attractive about her head as some of the other cattle, but still that's a quality female. And we come back to that second class, and that was a really good pair. There was just some real minor differences amongst them. I'm going to keep them two together. They're going to be our champion in reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Intermediate champion female was exhibited by Macy Beckham, and reserve champion was exhibited by Brianna Duree. Now in the ring is class 30. These are early spring yearling females.
Back over here in our Shorthorn ring, an interesting class. I think some different things you can do throughout. And I'll be the first to admit the heifer that I'm going to go ahead and use to start with, she's not the biggest, she's not the stoutest one, but I do think she's the freshest. I think she's the most correct in terms of her structure. She's the female that's just the best balanced out here in this particular drive. Beautiful about her head and neck, opens up into a good big bold rib cage, goes to the ground with enough foot size, enough bone work there underneath her. I think uses her hip and hind leg as good as any of them out here in the particular drive. I do think that her freshness out here in this particular class really helps her, in my mind, to go ahead and get herself up to the top. I like the roan heifer in 2. I think you freshen this one up just a nickel. Maybe see her reach with just a shot more comfort and flex there from behind. It gets pretty close because I like her length of body. I like her extension up front. I like the shape that she's got to her rib cage. She too is really good in the angle to her shoulder and the set to her knee. And again, those are some advantages she's got over some cattle, specifically in 3 and 4 in my mind, that keep her here at the top end of the class. The roan heifer that's going to go next is a female that I love her lines. She's really strong down her top, really good and level out through her hip. I think her shoulder's laid onto her skeleton better than the heifer that stands right below her. I would maybe set her back in the angle to that knee ever so slightly. She's maybe not blessed with as much just belly hair as some of those other cattle, but you really study this one. She's genuine. She's opened up. She's got some base width to her. She, too, has some advantages over heifers on either side of her in terms of her freshness, and that's where I like her. The red, white-legged one that's coming here next is one that certainly grabs your attention. I appreciate the look and the attractiveness that she offers. For me, she's just a little bolder shouldered. She's a little shorter coupled. I'd like to see her use their front end structure with just a little more athleticism. I'd freshen her up just a notch as well, too. But still a lot to like in her just in terms of her rib shape, the way her neck ties there high at the top side of her shoulder, how much foot size and bone that she's got there at the ground. The red heifer that's coming out here next with the white belly is a female again that's pretty smooth, pretty angular. I'd like to just maybe see her reach a little more comfortable out of that hip and hind leg as well out here today, stouting her up ever so slightly in regards to some, but she's no slouch. That was a class that ran really, really deep, and a guy just had to make some close calls there in some certain areas. Our young man's heifer that we're going to conclude the class with, again, not lacking for enough body and rib, going to have a nice udder there underneath, just needs more foot, more bone, more presence to get her any higher. But a nice class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results out of Class 30. First place, we'll go to back number 8262. That was CFPC Margie 476 EVXET, exhibited by Knox Newmeyer of Bowling, Texas. Second place, we'll go to Bridget Cover of Bowling Green, Missouri. Third place was exhibited by John Wells of Van Alstyne, Texas. Fourth place went to Griffin Lewis. Fifth place will go to Kinlan Dreyer, and sixth place to Carter Younghans. Now in the ring, we'll look to see Class 31 early spring yearling females.
As we move right along here in your purebred show, a really, really good one to go ahead and lead things off with. You want to talk about one that's fresh, one that's sound, one that's maternal. She does a lot of things well for me. She maybe doesn't overwhelm me in any one particular area, but man, she does a lot of things really, really right, and that's what I like to see in these cattle out here today. Just so fresh, so feminine, so maternal in her look. Really good at the ground when we ask her to go. Going to make a nice udder there underneath once her time comes. That's a nice female to go ahead and lead off with. The white heifer in 2, she's kind of the powerhouse. She's the big bone, big bodied, big hipped one. Appreciate those things about her. Gets a little coarser, a little staler maybe than the heifer that leads off the class with, but I do like that extra mass and substance and punch that she comes with out here today compared to the ones that stand right below her. Don't mind the red, white-bellied one that's coming next. At the stand, she is probably a little fresher, a little more feminine and attractive than even the white heifer for me that goes out right ahead of her. She wants to get outside of her skeleton a little bit as she goes, just not quite as flexible and comfortable. Needs a little more body, a little more rib to get up any higher. Solid red heifer coming here next in line, just a practical, big-bodied, easy-keeping kind of one. I like her rib shape. I like her rib design. She, too, is maybe just not quite right in the way she wants to go there from behind. Maybe just see her coming in a little fresher package as well at this stage of the game. And then a roan heifer we're going to conclude the class with. Bold-centered, big-bodied, again, structurally needs to be tweaked off either end and just kind of open her up a little bit. But a good class. Congratulations to all of them.
Well, congratulations in Class 31 before the division. First place will go to Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma with CFPC and Missing Mirage 474. Second place in that class exhibited by Brooklyn Dauchek with SIXR Perfect Crystal 308 MET. Third place will go to Josie Heater. Fourth place exhibited by Trevin Dick. And fifth place will go to Ashlyn Wood. We're now going to welcome in those first and second, select a champion reserve in this division.
As we get into this next division, I really hate to kind of keep breaking up the playlist. I swear y'all asked my 6-year-old and 4-year-old daughters to write it for you because you're playing all their favorite songs. But we're going to keep moving right along. As we get back out here in this division, these two females that come out of those class winners, they were the fresh, they were the sound ones, they were the most athletic ones that we had in those particular drives, and I think the same holds true out here today. I'll go show you how I like them. If you would give these folks another big hand, I'll get you a pair of champions.
Well, congratulations, your early spring champion female exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's CFPC Missing Mirage 474. Reserve champion will go to Knox Newmeyer, Bowling, Texas with CFPC Margie 476 EVXET. We're now going to welcome in Class 34 junior yearling females. This class will also be a division. Coming in that Class 34 junior yearling females, this class will also be the division. We'd like to remind all of our Shorthorn exhibitors that your Shorthorn Edge show will start 45 minutes after the conclusion of the female show today. Again, a 45-minute start time post the show today for the Shorthorn Edge show.
Back over in our Shorthorn ring, another good class of these bred females in the purebred side, and a good pair here on top. For me, I prefer the young ladies heifer here to go ahead and lead things off. I think freshness is an advantage that she's got against her contemporaries out here. Structure, she's no slouch in regards to how she gets out and covers herself around the ring. She's a bold sprung, bold rib kind of a female. She's going to be a little more refined in her udder design there underneath as opposed to the heifer right in behind her. But it's her freshness, it's her structure specifically up front, in the way that her shoulders laid onto her skeleton, and the way that it ties in there at the top side, and the way her neck comes out of it. To me, it's just a little more ideal for me out here today. I like the young man's red heifer in 2. Again, she's big-footed, she's stout, she's powerful, a lot to like in her. I would change her just in regards to how her shoulders laid onto her. She gets a little weak right in there behind it, maybe just not quite as bold and opened up right in behind that shoulder, and just freshen her up ever so slightly, refine that udder design just a little bit. It's getting nitpicky on 2 really, really nice females there that go first and second in this class. The red heifer that's going to come out next in line, she's the next best built one for me. She's got the most appropriate angle to her hock and to her hind leg as she goes to the ground, just reaches with a little more flexibility. She doesn't have the bells and whistles, the style, the look, the body, the 2 heifers that go right ahead of her, but the basics are there. She's good in her shoulders, she's good in her knees, she's got a big, stout, sound foot underneath her. I can always appreciate that. The white heifer that's going to go forth at the stand, one that you like. She's elegant, she's attractive, she's feminine, just needs to flex that rear hock a little better and maybe see her laid back ever so slightly in the angle to that shoulder and to set to her knees. She wants to toe out just a little bit there up front. The roan heifer that's coming out here next in line, a female that, again, not lacking for having some foot size, some stoutness of bone, just gets a little outpowered, outhorsed in terms of just overall punch and power and body to get up any higher today. But a really nice class, good pair there on the top end.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring, your division champion exhibited by Alyssa Myers of Clinton, Tennessee, with CF Mona Lisa pays 445 PWET. Reserve in that division will go to Carter Rickard of Wilkinson, Indiana, with Stack WSCC Chelsea DM 401 ET. Again, that was your division champion reserve. We're now going to bring in Class 37. This is your senior yearling class and division.
Nice single entry here as we kind of get down towards the end, but really an angular, fresh, attractive female here to round out this last class. Congratulations to this young man, a female that, again, you like her in terms of her structure, in terms of her flexibility. Not the stoutest one we've seen all day, but there's enough power, enough product there. Nice female there to round out the last class. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in Class 37, your champion senior female exhibited by Lane Blankenship of Orlando, Oklahoma. That was LDB Mercedes Gia 333 ET. We'll get all of your division champion reserves over here in our Shorthorn ring. Back to the main Angus ring. We've show here in Arena 2. We'd like to thank and welcome to the ring Mr. Zach Butler. Zach was the 2026 Cattlemen's Congress Junior Shorthorn Judge of Milton, Tennessee. Zach attended Black Hawk East Community College, where he was a member of the livestock judging team. He then transferred and graduated from Oklahoma State University, where he was also a member of the livestock judging team. Zach has judged numerous state and national shows. He has 2 daughters named Henley and Emery with his wife Autumn, and additionally the family owns Butler Creek Farms and raises Galvey and Balancer cattle. They run around 70 cows, focusing on purebred seed stock for commercial cattlemen and purebred breeders alike. They have 3 sales a year, a fall female and embryo sale in April, spring-born female and embryo sale in November, as well as a bull sale in November. Aside from the cattle, Zach also owns Butler's Landscaping and Lawn Care. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and let's thank Mr. Zach Butler for joining us here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'll give you the results of Class 13 in the main Angus race.
Get ready to select your champion in reserve. Let's start off by giving these young people another big round of applause. Incredible set of cattle. I really appreciate the opportunity. I want to thank the Shorthorn Association and Cattlemen's Congress for asking me to come out here and work through your youth here in the Shorthorn side of things. We had a great plus show this morning. I think an even better purebred show here at the end of the day, and it's been a lot of fun. When you got cattle of this caliber, it makes it pretty easy on you. You can find the ones that best suit you and just move right along. And I was able to do that today. Just a tremendous lineup. Again, I want to thank my family back at home for taking care of things. We were here until Wednesday morning, loaded up, headed home, showed cattle here Sunday and Tuesday. Got back, bred a bunch of heifers there Thursday, and hopped on a plane that afternoon with my good friend Andy. Like he said earlier, me and him kind of grew up in this thing. That's kind of what it's all about. You young people might not realize it now, but a lot of these folks in here are going to be friends for life. And that's surely what's cool about this industry. We all want to win. I want to win just as bad as anybody out there, and I got some friends that would rival me in that category, wanting to win, and probably some of them are standing around ringside, maybe not even in this particular drive, but definitely got cattle here this weekend, and high quality cattle, and we all want to win, and it's important for your business, no doubt about that. I'm not trying to downgrade that side of things at all, but at the end of the day, most of us do this as a family. We do this with friends, and we do this as a place that we want to raise our kids. So with that said, I'm not going to go back through and talk these cattle. I think they speak for themselves. There's a pair of them that just hit me as super maternal. And those of you that know me best, I like a good cow at the end of the day. It's great if she can raise a show heifer. I like one that can raise a bull too. But this is a great set of cattle. My hats are off to each and every one of you, the breeders, the guys that help get them ready. I know the work that goes into it. So with that said, let's give them a big hand. I'll show you the pair that I like best. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your grand champion, junior shorthorn female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, exhibited by Carter Cornegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's CFPC Missing Mirage 474. Well, congratulations. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, your reserve grand champion female was exhibited by Audrey Robertson of Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with CF Haynes Crystal-Lucy, 582 RKXET. Our judge is now going to select his champion reserve, bred and owned. We'd also like to congratulate over here in the main Angus ring results on
Again, my hat's off to the Shorthorn Association. Thank you for having me. Thanks to the Cattleman's Congress, as we said that earlier, and it's truly been a lot of fun. As I do this bred and owned deal here, I mentioned it earlier, but it was myself winning a champion bred and owned deal at Junior Nationals that kind of sparked my interest in this deal years and years ago. So I take this part of it very seriously, and my hat's off to each and every one of these kids. I got the opportunity to judge across the ring from my good friend Andy, and I meant to throw a stone or two at him, so I guess I've got the chance to now. People ask me, well, why don't you wear a cowboy hat? I said, well, I'm not really a cowboy. I'm just a hillbilly from Tennessee. And they said, well, Higgins always wears one. I said, well, I just got a lot more hair than he's got. So hopefully I can hang on to my hair for years to come. I do got a third daughter on the way, so it's either going to fall out or it's going to turn white. I'm not sure what I'll do there, but we'll figure that out when the time comes. But thank you again for having me. It's been a blast. I'll get you a champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Your champion bred and owned, exhibited by Carter Wicker to Wilkinson, Indiana. That was LWFS Mona Lisa LL 2523 ET. Well, we'd like to remind all of our Shorthorn exhibitors that the Shorthorn Edge Show will start at 3:45. Again, 3:45 start time for the Shorthorn Edge Show in the Performance Arena. The results at Class 14 here in your main Angus show. First place
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.